We may be seated. Thank you very much. We're going to continue with the order of the day. The Secretary will read the third order of the day.
Debate on Vote 5, Education Western Cape Appropriation Bill.
I recognize the Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, Premier and abstention members of the Provincial Cabinet, members and guests. For the last number of years, I've been in the unfortunate position of having to begin my budget speech by outlining the harsh reality that the WCED faces in terms of delivering quality education to an ever-increasing number of learners with a decreasing amount of money in real terms. This House is well aware of the many challenges we face, and some have become rather disenchanted with my constant refrain about lack of money. So for them this year, they can relax, because I'm very happy to be able to report that this year we have been allocated additional funding that is significant enough to make a real difference, to help us come up for a bit of air whilst we deal with the extreme pressures our department faces, and that enables us to cautiously breathe a small, but probably temporary sigh of relief. Our total budget for the 2022-23 financial year is 28.03 billion rand, a pleasing 2.2 billion rand more than that we received last year. Considering the backlogs we face and increasing demands, it is clear why it is needed. And whilst we are very pleased with it, we must not expect that this will solve all our problems that we face. A system with 1.1 million learners, nearly 42,000 staff members, and a lot of infrastructure needs a lot of money to keep things running. And we have been cutting into the bone for some time now. The bone needs to recover before it can grow again. Our finance team has been working closely with the Provincial Treasury over the last few months, and I would like to thank both teams for the work that they have done to get us to the point where an additional 7.91 billion rand has been allocated to our department over the MTEF, with 2.65 billion of this funding added in the 2022-23 financial year. The budget tabled here today allocates 2.55 billion rand to infrastructure in the 22-23 financial year, which is a significant increase on the previous 1.72 billion rand target spend for 2021-22. Over the MTEF, spending on this priority will amount to 7.04 billion rand. This will allow us to put projects that had to be suspended by budget cuts back on the table, like the establishment of a high school in Darling. It's going to take some doing to spend 2.55 billion rand. But as Mr. Sali Abrams, nodding happily in the box over there, our DDG Education Planning says, it is a nice problem to have. Planning has already started to ensure that we maximize this opportunity, but crucial to our ability to do this will be the scrapping of PTI 16B, which compels us to use DTPW as our sole implementing agent. We must have more control over smaller infrastructure works for schools to avoid scenarios where we have a 46-week lead time for a mobile classroom that is urgently needed, for example. Minister Mania mentioned this in his budget speech, and I would urge that this happen now with some speed, or there is very likely to be underspending at the end of the financial year, no matter how many reports are sent to the Standing Committee. Minister Mitchell mentioned yesterday the issues that he has highlighted as risks of the move. I thank him for that, and we look forward to taking up the challenge. We aren't saying that we can or want to take over all infrastructure. Public works will remain an important partner, but more flexibility is essential and long overdue. Crucial to our operations are people. Whilst much is said about reducing the cost of COE in government, with which we agree in principle, this department is not one which can or should contribute to that reduction. Without people, and no, computers cannot replace teachers, we cannot deliver education. So I'm very pleased that some of our additional funding will enable us, firstly, to add an extra 329 public service posts to reduce the administrative burdens that our schools face. We are all very aware of the overcrowding we are facing in many of our schools as well. The additional budget will allow us to make some progress in reducing the teacher-learner ratio by the appointment of additional teachers. Whilst the actual number is subject to the consultation process with the unions later this year, we are very hopeful that we will be able to add over 1,000 extra posts to the basket. Yes, thank you. Also focus on the phasing in the appointment of fully qualified grade R teachers with increasing pressure on schools to provide for this grade. Full universalization should have been achieved by 2019, and we expect the eventual inclusion of this grade in compulsory schooling after the passing of the Belleville. Additional support for our schools will be the implementation of the third phase of the Basic Education Employment Initiative, which will be implemented from 1st of April to 30th of September this year. 533.91 million rand will be spent in the 2022-23 financial year to fund the employment of assistants in our schools in support of our school staff to deliver quality education. These assistants have been well received in our schools, so the stop-start nature of the project as a result of delays in confirmation of National Treasury funding is frustrating to say the least. Speaker, the current state of the economy has hit our schools hard, including our fee charging schools, where parents have lost jobs and income and are struggling to pay fees. As announced during the midterm budget debate last year, we made allocations to assist our schools with expenses such as COVID-19 prevention materials, municipal bills, and ICT infrastructure. But there's an underlying concern that we have consistently been highlighting since I was appointed in 2014, the quintile system, which influences the funding of schools based on an outdated policy that is supposed to reflect the poverty of learners, but bears no resemblance to the reality on the ground. Speaker, I'm pleased that the members of this House, especially my opposition colleagues, are in agreement that we need to relook at this system because it is prejudicing our poor schools. I'm therefore pleased to announce that because of our additional allocation, we shall be offering to 160 fee-paying schools catering for learners from disadvantaged communities the opportunity to become no-fee schools from 1st of January 2023 in recognition of their true socioeconomic status. This shows the commitment of the Western Cape government and the WCED to our poor communities. Speaker, as I have recently publicised, we were all disappointed but not surprised to discover the full extent of the learning losses that the children of our province have experienced owing to the pandemic. The 2021 systemic tests revealed a substantial reversal of the gains that we have made over many years. These losses were most evident in the foundation phase, where daily attendance is critical to ensure that concepts learned are reinforced over time. Redressing the learning losses is a crucial part of the Western Cape Recovery Plan, and it is vitally important that we ensure that the losses in these crucial years are addressed as urgently as possible. We will thus be allocating an additional 68.72 million rand to this priority in the 2022-23 financial year, out of an additional 131.94 million rand over the MTEP. We will be able to track the impact of this investment through our ongoing annual systemic tests in the coming years and remain the only province to measure our progress in an independent and internationally benchmarked manner. Another factor that we sincerely believe will assist in the longer term improvement of the foundation phase outcomes is one that is happening this Friday, namely the transfer of the responsibility for early childhood development from the Provincial Department of Social Development to the WCED. As I outlined at the very successful ECD summit we had last year in October, we are all aware of the positive effects of children attending quality ECDs in terms of intellectual development, nutrition, safety, social development, and general well-being of young children. It is for this reason that our government has worked so hard to support ECD provision to date, and the rationale for the shift is to drive further improvements and better alignment with education. Further developing the sector will, however, take time and, of course, additional funding, which we trust will be forthcoming from national government in honour of their commitment, their stated commitment to improving this critical sector. For the first 2 years, the operational aspects and service delivery model for ECDs will not change. The WCED will be taking responsibility for registration, funding, and program implementation, and we will be working with NGOs, ECD fora, and other entities to reach all registered and unregistered ECD sites and to better understand the sector. The DSD staff identified for the function shift will be transferring to the WCED with the same functions and portfolios they currently hold and will fall under the same directorate as Grade R. The National Curriculum Framework, birth to 4 years, will remain the national curriculum supported by the DBE and curriculum officials in the WCED. Equitable share funding of 289.9 million rand and ECD conditional grant funding of 95.87 million rand has been added to the WCED's baseline in support of this function for the 22-23 financial year. A lot of work has gone into the process of transferring this function, and I would like to thank Minister Fernandez, HOD MacDonald, and the social development team, as well as the team from the WCED, especially Karen Dudley and Ruth Lucas, for all their efforts in ensuring what I believe will be a smooth transition. Kudos also to DSD for developing the current model of funding, which is now being adopted nationally. Chairperson, the primary role of education is to teach people the skills they will need when they leave school in order to live a dignified life and contribute to our economy. Aside from the vital foundation phase skills of reading, writing, and calculating, we also need to ensure that as our learners progress through school, they learn the 21st century skills and practical skills that are so desperately needed. Our commitment to this goal preceded the pandemic with an expanded focus on STEAMAC. It focuses on the specific skills our provincial and national economy needs now and will need in the future. And we are committed to expanding learning opportunities in these fields. It is crucial for young people to participate meaningfully in the economy as young adults by getting and creating jobs. This is another important part of the Western Cape Recovery Plan. Without this investment in skills development, we cannot expect our economy to grow. We have unfortunately been limited in achieving this vision due to the immediate pressures of placement. Notwithstanding this, I want to commend my department on the progress that has been made and their genuine commitment to providing quality education for every child in every classroom, in every school in the province. As regards the T in STEAMAC, namely technology, while the pandemic has had a negative impact on our system, it has also highlighted opportunities that we must make use of to increase our ability to respond to these kinds of shocks. One area in which this is most evident is digital learning, which many relied on during school closures and disruptions. We'll be making an additional investment in the blended learning priority of 170 million rand in the coming financial year. In addition, 1,290 of our schools are now connected to broadband, and 249 schools have subsidy alternatives to broadband. 752 schools have local area networks installed, with a further 553 schools with partial access installed. It is really important, as if the enabling environment is there, multiple appropriate resources can be used to improve teaching and learning. Part of our focus on this priority is the recognition of the various online schooling options that are becoming available to learners at a rapid rate. At present, there is no legislation that deals with the creation of online schools or their registration. Complicating factors are how to deal with things like norms and standards for infrastructure not applying to these schools and schools being registered in the Western Cape while enrolling learners from other provinces and maybe even other countries. In the absence of national legislation, the WCED has begun development of a draft blended learning and online schooling policy, so we can have a clear position on roles and responsibilities in this innovative field. In addition, we are about to publish regulations for comment that will allow independent virtual schools to register with the department. I look forward to inputs from interested parties so that we can move this forward and create extra opportunities for our learners. The C in STEAMAC is coding and computational skills, and our coding and robotics pilot project is proceeding well, with 32 schools participating in the foundation phase, with 96 teachers currently in training. The first leg of training delivered by UNISA took place at the end of 2021, and the second leg is currently underway. Teachers will receive a certificate upon successful completion of the course. Initially, the focus will be the integration of coding and robotics into existing subjects, building up to implementing a standalone subject. WCED is collaborating with various partners to run competitions, clubs, and other initiatives. For example, the Robotics E-Education and Coding Hubs, or REACH project, in collaboration with the Cape Town Science Centre, will see at least 24 robotics clubs established in 2022. Chairperson, one of the A's in STEAMAC is, of course, agriculture, and we are also making pleasing progress in expanding our offering in this field, excuse the pun. We know that agriculture is a critical sector in our province. The number of schools offering agricultural subjects has expanded significantly from just 3 in 2015 to 30 in 2022. We have also added infrastructure to support this priority, with workshops having been completed at Charlie Hofmeyer Secondary, Krundal Secondary, and Skurverberg Secondary. The construction of further workshops is underway at Hexvallei High and Kraaifontein High. In addition, we have completed RFID and aquaponics facilities at Boerdant Landbou School, greenhouses at Carmel Secondary, Rodezaan Secondary, Skouderberg Secondary, Overberg High, and Pelican Park High, and horticultural tunnels and shaded netting at Augsburg Landbou Gymnasium. Providing these facilities to schools allows them to expand their skills offering to learners and represents a direct investment in our future provincial economy. At the same time, the department is partnering with various entities and organizations to offer learners specialized courses and certificates in this field, such as sheep shearing with the National Wool Growers Association, irrigation with the South African Irrigation Institute, labor relations with the South African Labor Relations Council, and drone flying with the Department of Agriculture, Elsenburg, amongst many others. These are practical skills that learners can readily apply. In support of the 3 streams model, we also have 8 technical schools in our province, with planning underway in the MTEF for another 5 in Hermanus, Nomzamo, Silversand, Saldanha, and Mfuleni. In addition to STEAMAC, we must expand opportunities for those learners who are not suited to the traditional academic subjects. Schools of skill are an excellent mechanism to allow these learners to also participate in the economy, ensuring that they too live a life of dignity. We currently have 22 such schools in our province, and the construction of a School of Skills in Manenberg is currently in the planning phase. While we work to increase the number of schools of skills, we are also piloting the introduction of skills subjects in public ordinary schools. A pilot project offering grade 8 and 9 skills subjects in 23 selected high schools was started in 2021. We also recognize the value of collaboration schools in delivering skills education to our learners. Our Miracle School, as I call it, Jakes Gerwel Technical School, is a prime example of a community that saw a need for skills education in their area. Other communities have seen the success and wish to see the same offering available to their local children. One such area is Struisbaai, where the need for skills education has led to a partnership with the Struisbaai Funding Trust to create a School of Skills. The school will be constructed on the grounds of Struisbaai Primary School and include classrooms, workshops, training kitchens, a civil maintenance area, a hall, and administrative areas. The total cost of the project is 32.7 million rand, of which the WCED is funding 40%. It is using technology that is very different and can be built off-site. This will allow us to create a technical occupational curriculum extension for grades 8 and 9, so that learners who might have dropped out at the end of primary school can instead achieve a general education certificate, giving them access to further education and training phase options. The school is currently scheduled to open for the 2nd term of this year and will initially cater for 30 learners, eventually increasing to 120 learners in total. We can only undertake these innovative projects because the Western Cape Education Department recognised the potential for public-private partnerships to expand the available quality learning opportunities for the children of this province, and because we passed the relevant legislation required to make these partnerships a reality. Of course, it's being challenged in court, but this will not deter us. Speaker, it is a travesty that special needs schools are not included in the calculation of the provincial equitable share, which only takes into account public ordinary schools. It goes without saying that special needs learners need more funding than those in public ordinary schools, as they need more attention and more equipment. In answer to a recent question in the National Assembly, Minister Motshekga confirmed this, the reason being budget constraints. This is quite simply unacceptable. The national government can fund a bloated cabinet, give multiple bailouts to failing SOEs, watch as billions have been lost to corruption, but not allocate funding for our special needs learners, some of the most vulnerable in society. This just shows where the ANC government's priorities lie. We have 53 special needs schools in this province. I have not been able to calculate how much funding we have lost out as a result of the above travesty, but it makes the excellent work we have done in this field even more impressive, and I must pay tribute to our team. We are also providing support for learners with low to moderate special needs in ordinary schools, and have a new full-service school in Sunningdale in planning at present. All teachers are to be trained in teaching for all starting this year, with one school in every circuit, which has been designated as a full-service or inclusive school, which has teachers at these schools will be trained to increase the capacity to deal with learners with such support needs. An outreach team from a special school resource centre will provide additional support. There are also learning support teachers who provide support to learners with learning difficulties in ordinary primary schools. The number of learning support teachers has been increased this year to 624. Any parent of a learner with learning difficulties who has concerns should approach their school principal to request a meeting with the school-based support team or learning support teacher. The last thing I want to mention regarding skills is entrepreneurship. We are working very closely with the DBE to implement the E-Cubed program this year, which refers to employability and entrepreneurship education. The program uses project-based learning to develop the kind of thinking and skills that our learners will need to succeed in the economy. We are starting with 12 schools in the first cohort this year, which will expand to approximately 300 schools by the third cohort in 2024. This is very exciting, and I want to thank Mr. Haroon Mohammed and his team for all the hard work that they are putting into this. It is clear that we are using every cent we receive to empower our young people and create the best possible opportunities for them. I regret not having more time to expound on the wonderful work that is happening every day in my department, and want to commend HOD Brent Walters and EXCO for their leadership, commitment, and sheer hard work in their quest to achieve this. I also want to thank every member of my department for what they do, including, of course, our teachers and principals, who have to deal with the challenging circumstances almost every day. Thanks to CFO, Mr. Leon Eli, and Chief Director Finance, Erna Feldman, for all your efforts in regard to this budget process, engagements with PT, and managing a budget the size of this one. In closing, I would like to recognize the constructive engagements we've had with the Standing Committee for Education during this budget process. I welcome the new chairperson of the committee, Honourable Deirdre Bartman, to this role, and thank her for guiding the committee during her first budget process in the education sphere. I also recognise the contribution of the former chairperson, Honourable Lorraine Botha, for her leadership of the committee throughout the previous year and her support for the education system in this province. We wish her well in her new portfolio. I'm also encouraged by what appears to be an increasing realisation by members of the opposition that when we highlight funding challenges, we are not looking for excuses. We are simply stating the stark facts. I see a bit of a snigger from the opposition. Their recognition of the problems with the national government's funding model and their readiness to join our call for a relook at the quintile system is refreshing and appreciated. I also wish to thank my office, ably led by Larica Elliott, who works so hard behind the scenes to deal with myriad issues that come across our desks every day. And I would like to thank the Premier for his leadership and support, as well as my Cabinet colleagues. I accordingly take great pleasure in tabling this budget and ask for the support of this House. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister Schaefer. I now recognize Honourable Member Said.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and my greetings to the MEC and to the officials. I want to also extend a warm welcome to our special guests in the gallery, who include education activists, former educators, and student leaders. We are grateful to members of the public for their activism towards realizing a just education system in our province and country. I'm thankful to them for actually driving our oversight as well. These are patriots, many of whom are not even members of the political party I represent, but with whom the ANC fights side by side to address many challenges at our schools, particularly in poor and working class communities. The annual crisis of unplaced learners and overcrowded classrooms is but one of these issues. The ANC is a people-centered movement. All service delivery interventions that we make as an opposition are informed by constant engagement with our people on the ground. We made our opposition to this particular budget vote clear in the committee deliberations. It is anti-poor and fails to address the systemic education inequalities in our province, notwithstanding some of the positive aspects in the budget. In light of the recently released World Bank report, which found that South Africa is the most unequal society in the world, and that education inequalities contribute immensely to this, we cannot support a budget that actually widens this particular gap. We have constantly suggested the increase of class sizes in former Model C schools as a viable mechanism to address the overcrowding of classes in poor schools and the crisis of unplaced learners. The Honourable MEC continues to be a stumbling block as she believes that learners from the Eastern Cape are the problem in this province. This attitude explains why every year learners from poor backgrounds miss out on the entire first term of schooling in the province, hundreds of black learners, when I say black, I include African, Indian, and colored, remain unplaced. When we raised this in the committee, the MEC, with her nonchalant attitude, said, and I quote, "There are some schools which everyone wants to attend and they can't get in," close quote. Her response clearly shows no urgency to address the persistent issue of insufficient placement spaces for disadvantaged, mainly black learners, because this seldom affects white learners in the main. We maintain that the challenge is not necessarily a lack of resources, poor planning, and lack of political will tied to the DA's inherent racism, especially the constant targeting of learners from the Eastern Cape, is the problem. The DA's fixation on the West so-called liberal world order, as MEC Mania and the Premier speaks of, which in actual fact is an illiberal right-wing project grounded in their National Party and Progressive Federal Party traditions, as opposed to a Liberal Party tradition which only some of them in the DA still adhere to, is one, and one which I also don't necessarily agree with, is one which informs the DA's political posture towards education in this province. The same posture informs the hypocritical stance to support, to actually not support and oppose our government's approach to a peaceful resolution of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, while refusing to condemn the continued Israeli apartheid aggression against the Palestinian people and actually stunting a debate on that matter in this House. The DA's right-wing approach to education is thus not surprising. The WCED continues to blame its challenges on in-migration and so-called influx of learners from other provinces. The Western Cape is not a colonial outpost. It is part of South Africa, and learners are allowed to come here. It is not surprising that the DA is a safe space for racists. We're not saying all members are racist, but it's a safe space for racists. A senior DA councillor recently in the city of Cape Town actually told a fellow DA councillor and former MP to go fetch her lunch from the Eastern Cape. To the dominant right-wingers in the DA, Africans do not belong in this province. They are a nuisance and must go eat in the Eastern Cape.
Honorable Member Said, may you please take your seat? Can I see who's raising a hand? I see the hand.
It is me, Honorable.
I hope my time is not being eaten into by Member
Is that
Osman's frivolous point of.
Is it a point of order, Honorable Member?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to know if the member is prepared to take a question.
No, I'm not prepared to take a question.
Honorable Member,
Always ask it,
Member
but never
Said is
answer.
not going to take a question. You may continue, Member.
Chairperson, schools like the Groot Kraal UCC Primary, just outside Oudtshoorn, which is providing education to poor children on farms, are targeted and vilified by officials in this department. The school continues to face attempts to force its closure, even since it won a court case against the WCED to keep the school open. WCED, without consultation, changed the learner transport service provider to someone based in Mossel Bay. No, this is not about the family members of the principal, and redirected the route so as to frustrate the principal and the parents. After 2 years of COVID-19 disruptions, our schools have returned to full capacity, albeit with challenges. And yes, we have welcomed and supported the decision for that to take place. But the return to full capacity has also placed the spotlight again on overcrowded schools. Our National Finance Minister, Enoch Godongwana, announced that 24.6 billion was added to the provincial education departments like the Western Cape to address the shortfalls in the compensation of teachers. And I won't go into the figures, the MEC has stated the figures. The ANC welcomes the budget increase from National and wants this budget to address our structural inequalities. Sadly, judging by the MEC's tirade in the House last week for the second reading debate, there is little hope that this budget will bring any changes unless we exert maximum pressure. Her obsession with the usual blame and complain continues, even when there is an over 2 billion additional budget for the province. She continues to attack national government because with a 2 billion increase, there is no more room to hide behind insufficient budget. And we are not saying national government is free from blame. Chair, poor management has gone a long way in deepening the school infrastructure crisis. The rebuilding of Sunray Primary School in Delft, for example, has been cancelled after the contractor was liquidated in February last year. Over 71 million was spent on the project, of which over 57 million was paid to the contractor. We want the MEC to tell us, when will this project complete? Also, what engagements did she have with our friend, the Honourable Mitchell, on this matter? At Easter Peak Primary in Manenberg, a no-fee school serving a gang-infested area, no repairs have been made to the 3 burnt classrooms, nor have asbestos roofs been replaced, despite promises from the department and departmental approval for the work to go ahead years ago. When I followed up in the committee with the MEC and our officials, and in a question, the MEC confirmed that no planned preventative maintenance projects has taken place at the school. We need to ensure that intervention is made immediately. At Panorama Primary in Riversdale, they are ailing asbestos structures. The department has delayed since 2015 to build a replacement school with numerous excuses annually, despite funds being budgeted. And the DA Mayor of Hessequa has even been complaining about this matter. Vanguard Primary, another example where shoddy workmanship took place. The service provider sent by the department even knocks into the gates of the school, having an unlicensed driver, and the school hasn't even yet been compensated for that. The 48.12% increase for infrastructure must prioritize these projects. We are concerned by the high number of asbestos schools in the Western Cape. There are no immediate plans to build replacement schools, thereby exposing our learners and educators to health hazards. Premier Windy committed this Department of Education in ISOPA to build security fences at 30 schools each year during the 6th administration. The ANC, together with education activists, some of whom are in the gallery, fought vociferously for this. After noting that weak security fences has exposed schools, especially in gang-infested areas, the MEC, however, does not seem to be happy with her Premier's decision and undertaking, because every chance she gets, she does not forget to tell us that her government will not replace fences that communities keep on breaking for no reason, quote unquote. On the contrary, I have personally visited a number of these schools with weak and broken fences that have not been fixed for many decades, not because they've been broken by the community. In fact, many fences in the province do not even adhere to the 1.80 meter requirement as stated in the norms and standards. The broken and weak fence at Welcome Estate Primary School near Athlone hasn't been replaced in 70 years. A similar situation persists at Rylands Primary School in Athlone. We will fight to ensure that the MEC does not undermine the Western Cape Premier's undertaking on school fences. In fact, we call on the Premier to consider increasing the number of school fences to be delivered per year from 30 to 60. The department's slow pace in investigating and dealing with alleged corruption and malfeasance at schools has had devastating outcomes. Some principals and teachers have sadly even lost their lives. Scottsdene Secondary School in Kraaifontein is a ticking time bomb as well. Activists are continuing in a 2-year fight against a senior official at the school who allegedly got his position through corrupt means. When activists question why the matter is dragging on and why there's a cover-up, they are then intimidated and threatened. We need to protect our whistleblowers at our schools. We are concerned also with the slow implementation of the SIU recommendations following the finding against the WCED for irregular contracts awarded to Masekame Trading for PPEs. We demand that the Education Department, that the Education Committee be furnished with a final report that came from the Premier's office, and that the officials temporarily step aside those officials that are implicated while the department is applying their mind as to how to implement that report. Chair, the department has identified the need for additional psychosocial support in schools, a matter that the ANC in this House has raised on numerous occasions, and we welcome this change of position. But this budget doesn't say how much has been allocated for it, and will certainly not come close to the demand for a psychologist in every circuit and a social worker at least in every vulnerable school. We therefore reiterate our call for the WCED to engage with the Department of Social Development in the province to have a partnership to place unemployed social work graduates in schools, and this budget must make allocation for that. Honourable Chairperson, the MEC and my colleagues in the Education Committee and those who served before with us know that I've been highly critical of the MEC and the department over the years on a variety of issues with regards to a failure to deal adequately with inequality in our education system. This is done in the spirit of robust oversight, nothing personal. It's there to drive improvement. I am confident that this space for robust engagement, I echo the words of the MEC, which was provided by our chairperson, the Honourable Botha, and we wish her well in a new assignment, will continue to be provided by our new chairperson, the Honourable Bartman. However, on the issue of quintiles, I cannot stand here and be critical of the MEC and the department. Our critique has always been placed from the very onset at the doorstep of the National Department of Basic Education. This is why, and I've raised this even in the fora of my own political party, this is why the ANC here in this House drove the resolution taken by the Education Committee 2 weeks ago to have serious engagements with the National Department of Basic Education to urge them to change the current outdated criteria for determining the quintile levels of schools, especially in our province. Currently, the quintile level of a school is determined, as the MEC indicated, by the relative economic status of the area, as opposed to the economic backgrounds of the learners. The quintile level, in turn, determines the financial assistance that certain schools get. This is seriously disadvantaging schools which serve mainly poor and working class learners in the Western Cape, and it's blatantly unfair. In line with President Cyril Ramaphosa's call to us in the State of the Nation address for a new consensus that's people-centered, we undertake to work as a focused collective, and I think we should do that across party lines in this province with the department on this particular matter to resolve this issue. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Said. I now recognize the EFF, Member Makamba Buja.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Western Department asked rapidly increase the number.
Member, we cannot hear you.
Madam Chair, am I audible now?
Yes, you are better than before. You may continue.
Okay. The Western Cape Department of Education must rapidly increase the number of no-fee schools, especially in townships and rural areas. Early this year, learners and parents of Usasazo High School in Khayelitsha were up in arms when the principal asked them to each pay 400 rand before they can be issued with their matric statements. Madam Chair, there are predominantly learners from disadvantaged backgrounds whose parents are unemployed. There is too much pressure on these learners and their families as they also face financial challenges of having to pay university application fees in their matric year. Oftentimes, a learner will apply to more than one university as they do not know which university will accept them. And now each application comes with its own application fee. And on top of that, these learners and their parents are also expected to pay the fees at the end of the year, which is too much. Moreover, Madam Chair, in the year 2022, the Western Cape online school application system remains a disaster. Some learners spent 3 months or more at home without being placed in a school following the formal opening of schools as a result of the poor placement system in the province. This also placed unnecessary pressure and stress on these learners as they join the school system late and now they have to play a catch-up. Whereas some learners have started with school 3 months before. When schools close for the first time, these learners cannot even enjoy their holidays as they will have to catch up at home. Madam Chair, the safety of schools in the Western Cape remains a huge concern as both learners and teachers operate in fear in unsafe environment. The corruption that continues to thrive in the Department of Education is despicable. This leads to a killing of innocent teachers at the school premises who are also whistleblowers. So the department needs to do something on this. Most of these schools, most of these schools do not even have any form of security. Another danger which the department should tackle comes from learners who are used by outside gang members to attack other learners or teachers. The department must tackle such issues, Madam Chair, without fear and make sure that these spaces of learning remain safe. Madam Chair, the department must be serious about tackling issues of racism in Western Cape schools. Schools need to develop and enforce codes of conduct which do not promote or condone racism. Just last year, 2 black learners were racially abused by a white learner in Camps Bay High School. After the school found the learner guilty, they then taken the punishment as secret and used the Poppy Act as an excuse. This thing of protecting the perpetrators of racism must come to end in this province. On that note, Madam Chair, the EFF does not support this vote. I thank you, the Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and you just finished on time. I'm going now to recognize Honorable Member from Good, Honorable August.
Madam Chairperson, Tata Madiba famously said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. These words are a call to action for all South African citizens and the world to take up education to tap into their unexplored potential. But Chair, the Western Cape often claimed to be the best run province in the country. Has the current education challenge, and in December 2021, more than 29,500 children has not been placed for the 22 academic year. In Mitchell's Plain again, there are 47 primary schools and 18 high schools, not nearly enough for the growing population of the area. Schools remain a vital part of the lifeline of communities, and it's important to ensure that young people are set up for their future and have the required skill set which the 21st century job opportunity demands. Given the challenges that the Western Cape is experiencing, many children are losing out on education and already has a setback in life. We hope that the Western Cape Education Department would for 2022 year prioritize the new need for schools to ensure that we do not recreate the same problems of not placing children who in turn is missing out on life-changing education and ultimately pushing these kids into a space of further being disenfranchised and challenged. Chair, we have heard a lot of the reasoning that budget cuts are forcing departments into decreasing spending and impacting how these departments are operating. The problems we are experiencing are not new. So essentially, this government is asking us to allow them to correct their own mistakes of the past. The children cannot afford the repeat of the same mistakes without those in charge learning from their miscalculation. We demand that this department does better. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I recognize ACDP. Member Christians.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. Chairperson, the ACDP welcomes the increase of the teaching posts that will be increased, according to the Minister, approximately 1,000 of them. We always said that our classes are too full and we need to reduce the teacher-learner ratio. So if the Minister can tell us how that will reduce the ratio, will help a lot. We also welcome with the ECDs that will now resort under the Education Department. The question is, will that the ECDs now become compulsory? because it's unacceptable for our learners that goes to grade 3 and 4 that cannot read. So we hope as the ACDP that the ECDs now resorting under education will prepare our learners more when they enter grade 1. I also want to agree with one of the previous speakers. We spoke about it. The quintile system is outdated, and action must be taken because it's the communities that suffer. Because we visited some schools, and some schools do not receive any school fees because the parents do not have money to pay any school fees, and it means that our learners cannot receive a good and quality education because they are penalized because they are on the wrong quintile. I also want to agree with the minister when it says special needs schools needs more funding from national, because those communities plays an integral part in our society, and I want our ANC members to ask to influence the national government that we get more money for our special needs school. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Freedom Front Plus. I recognize you, Honorable Member Murray. Okay, he is not online. I just saw him coming in and moving out. We are going to continue. Honorable Member Brenkes, I recognize you.
Thank you, Speaker. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. The Al Jamaa Party commends the Western Cape government for taking steps to make space for learners who could not be placed at schools. We further encourage the department to place the remaining learners not yet placed at former Model C schools, where there will be enough space to accommodate them. Al Jamaa also welcomes the additional allocation from national government to the department. We now hope this will bring an end to the blaming game on national government, and the province will put the full budget wisely to use, specifically in areas faced with challenges in their daily educational functions. The challenges in education in the Western Cape is huge, and there is no need to hold back on spending. We want quality education for all learners. We want education to take place in a safe environment. We call on the department to redeploy the walking bus members who provided a sense of safety to learners and educators. Al Jamaa calls on the department to appoint adequate psychologists to schools and a social worker at every school. Now that the ECD program has been transferred to the department, we hope to see no delays with the commencement of the 2022 ECD levels 1 to 4 at the FET colleges. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize the DA, Honorable Member Bartman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. You know, Presiding Officer, when I did my maiden speech in 2019, I didn't realize I'm going to have to do another maiden speech in another portfolio. My essence. Presiding Officer, in the Western Cape, we share the vision of the Western Cape Education Department that quality education should be available to every child in every classroom in every school in our province. The vision is brought to light even within the constrained fiscal environment. And this department and the thousands of teachers, principals, administrators make it possible in our country for every child to have quality learning opportunities in a functional and enabling environment to assist them in acquiring knowledge, competencies, and skills to succeed. And this happens using values-based education to succeed in a changing world. Presiding Officer, as a juffrou se dochter, I grew up watching the hard work, dedication that goes into preparing for classes, for teachers, and then you come home still having to deal with marking and burning the midnight oil. So I want to start this budget vote debate with saying thank you to all of the teachers who put in the hard work to make sure that quality education is made available to every learner in our province. We thank you. Presiding Officer, the equitable share will increase from 23.2 billion rand in 2021-2022 to 24.8 billion rand in 2022-2023. and is expected to continue to increase over the 2022 MTEF to 25 billion rand in 2024-2025. But we know in an environment where learner numbers spike, there will never be enough money to ensure that we strengthen and expand learning opportunities for enhanced performance. In fact, this increase is due to the update in the provincial equitable share formula nationally in the numbers of learners in the formula and not in a change of the formula. The additional conditional grants that enable this department to function increased by just over 2%, but unfortunately it is still under inflation. Some of the immediate areas focused on by this department is blended learning, well-being and psychosocial support, and foundational phase learning, which have a particular focus on language and mathematics. Presiding officer, I just want to remind this House that yes, this department regulates education, but it does not include tertiary education. So I just want to make sure that the member from the EFF is listening, because tertiary education is a national mandate. And as long as they are not burning any buildings down, we are happy to join them in lobbying government for issues and concerns for our students regarding national tertiary education. I myself, in my previous constituency in Laingsburg, had lots of problems with admissions to the Northlink College and applications in that regard. So if she's willing to assist me with fighting the good fight, I am here.
You may sit down. A point of order, Honourable
Chair,
Member.
yes, on a point of order, Chair, I think we welcome the input on working together, but the implication that the EFF have burned down buildings, I think if the Honourable, if she can just give some detail on that, I don't think that's correct.
Not a point of order. That's a
No,
frivolous
that's-
point of order, Chair.
Honourable Member. Is there another hand? No, there's no hand. Honourable Member, just continue with your debate.
Thank you, presiding officer. And member, I never said anyone was burning down buildings. I said as long as anyone isn't burning down buildings, we will join them in lobbying for some of these issues. Presiding officer, I think it would be a good opportunity to also remind people of the Western Cape and members of this House of the scale of the operation, which is education in the Western Cape. As of the 2020-2021 financial year, there were 1,514 public schools. Of this, 1,080,651 learners were enrolled in grade 1 to grade 12 within the public ordinary school component, and 65,598 grade R learners were registered, and 19,745 learners in the public special schools component. Presiding officer, this is a 28 billion rand budget, the second biggest budget in the provincial government. The first is health. In fact, it does give me great joy that the female cabinet ministers is in control of the bulk of the Western Cape provincial budget at 78%. Unlike the national government, in the Western Cape, we put our money where our mouths are. The department within this budget will receiving an additional allocation also for extra education and school auxiliary posts and concomitant additional infrastructure. This is because the sector is growing at an average of 18,000 learners per annum. Presiding officer, a lot of allegations were made of thousands of unplaced learners, but I also know members of this House gets compensated for the data they use and with WCPP laptops. So I'm not sure if they saw this morning's email of the updated unplaced learners, which is 169 at 9 o'clock this morning out of 70,000 late applications received.
Sit down. Honourable Member.
Point of order, member is not allowed to mislead the House like what happened during SOPA debate. Nobody spoke about 1,000 unplaced learners. Nobody spoke about 1,000.
Honourable Member, I think Honourable Member is talking to her debate and will continue with the debate.
Thank you, Speaker. Presiding officer. Presiding officer, at 9 March, out of the 70,000 late applications, the unplaced learner number was 344. That was 9 March at 9 o'clock. Today, at 30 March, it is 169. Further, presiding officer, can I be protected? Yeah. Presiding officer, we welcome the transfer of the ECD centres from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Education, which will be in effect from 1 April 2020, this coming Friday. and 1.2 billion rand has been shifted in order to ensure the ECD program success. The department's aims to infuse educational content and methodologies over the next 2 years into the sector is going to be crucial. Despite the decrease in the allocation of the ECD grant as received from the national government and the extra money that we received in terms of the overall budget, this department aims to do everything in its power to ensure a smooth transition of the program. The grant will be split into 2 programs, both towards the ECD function, dealing with subsidies and maintenance respectively. Further, if grade R is going to become compulsory, and it likely will, it is also important for us to plan for it. And in this regard, the department has implemented additional allocations to ensure the progressive realization of grade R. We further welcome the announcement of the department of the extra 216 fee-paying schools now becoming no-fee schools. I know in the budget vote it mentioned 100, and it brings me much delight to hear that that number itself has also increased. In this regard, also, presiding officer, despite the increase of 216 schools also now becoming no-fee schools, during the midterm report, our no-fee school status in the Western Cape was already at 61%. So this is above and beyond that percentage. Speaker, in this regard, in my previous constituency, I asked the members of the community actually, what are the top 2 things you want us to focus on at a provincial level? They told me the 2 things. They said, please, can Laingsburg High School become a no-fee school? And please, can we scrape the Moordenaars Karoo Road? And then I'm looking at if Minister Mitchell is online with us here. I then set up a meeting with Minister Schaefer to inquire regarding the criteria of the school and what would need to be complied with, as the application was taking quite long. And what seemed was that actually what was causing the delay was compliance and all the rules and legislation that applies to education and to schools in general. But after raising these concerns, the minister acted swiftly. And Speaker, even during COVID, Laingsburg High School became a no-fee school. And we thank you, Minister Schaefer. And this is because, presiding officer, in the Western Cape, we listen. The school is now a no-fee school, and quite honestly,
You sit down. Honorable Member Sayed.
Chair, on a point of order, there's not interruption. The rules need to be followed. Can the Honorable Deputy Chief Whip speak through you, Chairperson, and not directly to the MEC?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, presiding officer, I think maybe the young lions are out here to maul a person because I keep saying the words presiding officer at every paragraph that I read, so I'm not sure where I did that, but I apologize if I did. Okay. And presiding officer, now Laingsburg High School is a no-fee school, and I'm happy to say that now the Moordenaars Karoo Road is also being scraped. So thank you, Minister Mitchell, for that as well. Hier in die Weskaap, ons luister, ons is nie hardhorend nie. And given the constraints of learners moving to the Western Cape province, in addition to the 129 mobile classrooms delivered in the current financial year, 173 more are in the process of being delivered. A total of 28 replacement school projects had been listed over the next 3 years. Another 97 vacant classrooms had been identified for repairs, which will continue to accommodate more than 4,600 learners. And a further 11 learner transport routes serving more than 6,000 learners were approved for January 2022. Presiding officer, I think many people know that I'm a big proponent of the digital economy. And I'm excited at the department's approach towards expanded e-learning over the next 3 years with an emphasis on senior and further education and training phases. The e-learning rollout will include the provision for the local area network, curriculum delivery of computer applications technology, information technology, engineering and graphic design refresh, and classroom technology. Further, in the current financial year, the department will ensure that the ICT equipment at schools are up to standard, providing WCED with data for the Central Education Management Information System, People Management Practice System, as well as the Microsoft Schools Agreement. And we hope with the new information, as well as the census this year, that hopefully we'll get some more money in the provincial equitable share formula. I welcome the announcement by the Minister regarding the STEMAC focus, regarding the registration of online schools and the drafting of the provincial government of regulations for comment for Gazette soon. It seems that where national government is sleeping here in the Western Cape, we are wide awake to the legislative issues that plague our industry. Presiding officer, As Chair of Budget, I'm always excited to read and to talk about procurement. And in this department's vote, it is indicated that this year's procurement plan will focus on the hiring of printing machines for reprographic services, non-Section 21 schools stationery and cleaning, non-Section 21 schools LTS and top-ups, CAPS textbook refresh, foundation phase graded readers, and for the learner transport schemes and nutritional school nutrition program. Presiding Officer, procurement in South Africa makes up 22% of our GDP. 22%. That's almost half of our national economy. Given that the state is funded by the taxpayer through various taxes, be it income tax, VAT, or fuel levy, it is important for the state to procure according to the values of the Constitution. It must take into consideration that the beneficiaries of a procurement are the people of South Africa. And public procurement thus sets out the rules by which the state is allowed to use the people's money to buy goods, works, and services in line with Section 217, subsection 1 of the Constitution. I'm just proud of these focus areas identified by the department as part of its procurement plan. In terms of infrastructure, Presiding Officer, a once-off education infrastructure grant incentive allocation of 105 million rand was received for the 2022-2023 financial year. Infrastructure development allocations to public ordinary schools and special needs schools have increased by 50.67% and 73.1% respectively. Since 2016-2017 financial year, this department has built 72 new replacement and mobile schools. 41 of these were replacement schools, so as to address the backlog in the replacement of all structures built in the apartheid area. 10 schools were completed in 2021, and the department is currently anticipating new schools for the completion this year in Bottersig, for Santa Kraal, Nzamo, Trapmits, and Silver Sands. The reality is that between 18,000 and 20,000 extra learners join Western Cape schools every year, and I've done so every year for the past 5 years. If the department only had to rely on new schools, then the province would have to build, furnish, and staff 18 to 20 new schools every single year. And that is before we even start to deal with the backlog from persistent underfunding, as well as the national norms and standards for infrastructure regulations, which compel us to build in a certain way and certain facilities. The budget the province gets, which the full budget is more than 90% funded by national government, because we don't get some of the national powers, and it cannot accommodate the building at this rate. In fact, I hear that now, after National Treasury already changed the provincial equitable share formula criteria for health in the risk component, which will mean that in the future health will be getting less money, the National Treasury is also now thinking of revising the criteria formula for education starting this year for revising and for future implementation. Further, the current formula makes no provision for special needs students. To put it into context, there are 20,325 learners in the Western Cape special needs students last year. The cost on schools to make provision for these learners is naturally higher than ordinary public schools, but the province is left on its own to absorb the funding in this regard. And in some of the conditional grant, it even speaks to the learners with profound intellectual disabilities. But we have to ask ourselves, what about the students that are so smart they need to go to next grades? Where are also the provision for these learners? Western Cape is the only province to achieve more than 600 points for both reading and mathematics, according to the wide-ranging SACMEC 4 report. At the midterm mark, the Western Cape achieved 72.7% in advanced reading compared to the average of 36.1% nationally. This is well ahead of the second-ranked province, which was Gauteng, at 54%. So far, I've already mentioned that the Western Cape schools had 61% of no-fee schools, and we thus welcome the other 216 coming. 116, sorry, apologies for that. The Western Cape budgets the most for any province for fee exemption for learners from disadvantaged communities to attend fee-paying schools, and this is in the country. We were also the only province to feed our learners at schools during lockdown. The people of South Africa had to go to court, Presiding Officer, to force ANC provinces to ensure that meals are provided. Do you know, presiding officer, that not only do we have the highest mathematics and physical science pass rates in South Africa, in the trends in international mathematics and science study in 2019, the Western Cape achieved between 6 and 8 places higher on the international ranking than South Africa as a whole in mathematics and science. Presiding officer, I think I need to actually repeat that. As a country, the Western Cape internationally was doing better than the country as a whole in mathematics and physical science. And presiding officer, since we are talking now about learners and where we come from, I am from the Eastern Cape. And I was still Divela Ebaye before I was from Klebega. And I came to come and study my tertiary education here, so I'm not sure whether the members from the opposition are essentially saying that me, Deirdre Bartman, must go back to the Eastern Cape. So I'm not sure. So I think what we need to clarify. No, it's fine. Ons het membership boeke in ons
Honourable members.
so it's fine. Ons fine. Die young lions kom want ek hoor daar's 'n election en hulle het 3 branches van waar hulle kan elect. But in elk geval, presiding officer, no one is saying people mustn't come to the Western Cape. No one is saying learners don't come to the Western Cape. In fact, presiding officer, the fact that people come to the Western Cape is testimony to the good governance happening in the Western Cape. The only thing we are asking for
the rich and not the poor.
Share formula is, can the money please follow the learners? Ons vra vir die geld. Kom, ons het good governance hierso, maar ons vra vir die geld ook asseblief. Presiding officer, in terms of the quintile system, I am very excited at member Khalid Syed's input to indicate that even in their own structures, they are lobbying for the change in this regard. So I look forward to the feedback from the member in terms of what he will receive from the National Minister of Education. But I'm not sure if he's being blue ticked because I'm not sure how many votes he's gotten yet so far for the upcoming conference. In terms of infrastructure, presiding officer, nee, it's fine. Ons gaan sien of jy daai 3 branches se votes gaan kry. Presiding officer, this department has prioritized infrastructure funding. It has reallocated 500 million rand from preventative maintenance to capital projects for new schools and repurposing facilities over 2 years. Allocated 150 million this financial year to small ad hoc projects to accelerate school repair work and to make more classrooms and specialist learning facilities available. Allocated 100 million rand to corrective maintenance projects that help schools deal with vandalism, climate change, and similar challenges, and deferred 290 million rand of their preventative maintenance to the next financial year as they replan their maintenance budget to ensure more contractor predictability and incentivize contractors not to renege on their commitments. And since we are now here on infrastructure, I know the member loves fences. Presiding officer, the MEC, I was there. I was there. The MEC did not say that she will not fix fences just as a blanket statement. She said that where people are breaking them down, we must now look at, okay, but what about another school that is respecting their property and looking after their property? And the teachers and the learners and the community members that are looking after their property, what about them? Do we give them less money because some people are breaking down fences and now we must keep on replacing them? So it wasn't a blanket statement, there were conditions attached. In terms of the Tafelsig Primary School, I'm not sure if the members from the ANC and I are reading the same reports, but the report I read indicated for the Tafelsig school specifically that it recommended some corrective actions and found no breach in terms of policy and law. And I also read the report regarding the Warmer investigation, which also found no substance to the allegation. But I'm not too sure. Maybe the MEC must assist us with this particular information. Maybe we are reading different reports. Presiding officer.
Honourable Member Bartman, can you take a seat?
Honourable Presiding Officer, I've looked at my speech again. I didn't speak about Tafelsig.
Honourable Member, that is not a point of order.
Yes, Speaker.
Honourable Member Said, you had your chance, and I think all honourable members who were listening, let's listen to the debate of Honourable Member Bartman. Honourable Member Bartman.
Chairperson.
Member, maybe speak about Tafelsig. Maybe it was another member who spoke about it, but I remember just while the people were speaking, just writing down responses.
Members, I tend to believe we are in the same standing committee. It will be great if you can engage in the standing committee, not in the House. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable member, you may continue.
Hey, member, despite things that I disagree with the member on, if I could vote, I probably would have given him my vote out of the 3 branches. Presiding officer, in terms of corruption, a few members, let me now not say other names because just in case I get it wrong. In terms of corruption that was mentioned, I just want to say, please report it. If you know about corruption, because you are in a particular position in society, there are actual laws in our country that says if you are aware of corruption, you must report it. You have an actual obligation and duty to then report it. So if people know about corruption, please report it so it can be dealt with. Presiding officer, can I be protected? Yes, Leif.
Yes, you are protected, honorable member.
But also, can you focus on your speech, man? Yeah.
Honorable members.
Thank you, presiding officer. Presiding officer, we encourage parents and caregivers to apply for placement for prospective grade 1 and grade R learners in a timely fashion, and they have up until 15 April this year for the 2023 school admissions process, which will be open. The department opened these applications quite in advance in an effort to prevent unplaced learners. This is critical in order for learner placements to be confirmed before the start of the new academic year. However, every year we do see the continual problem of late applications, and we've already mentioned that in this school year alone, the WCED received more than 70,000 late applications. And quite frankly, presiding officer, if you are a constituency head and you have the ability to use your laptop, use your data, and help people to apply for these respective applications. We appeal to the parents and guardians to register their children via the website, but also you are able to go to the district office, and every district office also has their own places where they're able to assist the respective parents and learners at. We realize that this is a daunting process for many, and there will also be further pop-up sites at the Paro Centre and N1 City Mall on 2 and 3 April. The online process is quick and should not take longer than 15 minutes to apply. But again, if you do not wish to apply online, there are district offices available to assist. The website is 0 rated for those who are a bit worried about data, and thus it is free to use for everyone. Let us all work together in ensuring that every child is placed and receives quality education, which the Western Cape has to offer. Presiding officer, the Democratic Alliance supports this vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable member. I now recognize Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to all the participants in the debate. Going to start my responses back to front. Firstly, well done, Honourable Bartman, on your first budget speech. I think you acquitted yourself excellently, given that you've only literally just been thrust into it. I would echo your thanks to all our teachers. I did that in my speech too, but I support that completely. Thank you for your comments on Langsberg. If you're hoping that we're going to get more budget from the census, I don't hold out too much hope, because my experience of the census has not been particularly good. In fact, they didn't even follow up with me when I tried to register my own family. So I have serious concerns about the accuracy of the data in the census, which is another issue. But I do hope we get more money anyway. As far as the PACE formula, I'm very happy if National Treasury is reconsidering it. It needs to be reconsidered, and it has been for some time. So I just hope it's reconsidered in the right way. That's the real the real issue. Yes, thank you for acknowledging SACMIC. It is a hugely excellent performance. I mean, it really is. It's an independent assessment, and it's international. And I really congratulate all our teachers for having enabled us to achieve those excellent results. And yes, thank you too for the for reminding us that we were the only province to feed learners during lockdown. I actually was criminally charged for that, for doing that. Wow. Yeah. And I also was quite I don't even know. I think the performance of SASA in this whole process was actually shocking. I don't often get shocked these days in politics, but I was actually shocked at how they literally just closed their doors and left people sitting on the streets with nothing. And because of that, we had to step in as a government. So it shows who really cares about the poor and who really doesn't. While Minister Lindiwe Zulu was running around shopping with her handbag, well, lamenting the fact that she couldn't shop. So thank you for that. I think it was the right thing to do. It was difficult, and our people also were scared. And I again want to commend every one of those people in their communities and our teachers who went the extra mile and put things in place to make sure that our children did not go hungry. Yes, thank you. Late applications. I mean, I'm not going to pretend that it's only late applications that don't get placed. There are sometimes people who do apply in time and don't get placed. We have had problems. I've been raising it for many years, and that is why I'm so happy we are now starting to address the issue of funding, because that is the issue. And I'll get back to that just now. Conditional grant, yes, the LSPID is only very specific for learners with very severe intellectual disabilities, and that is a problem, and that is exactly why I'm so shocked as well that we haven't been getting funding for the normal special schools. Al-Jamar, let me see. You hope that we'll stop the blame game. Well, it's not a game, actually. Sometimes blame needs to be put where it actually resides. And you can't just keep on saying, stop playing the blame game, when actually that is the reason why we are in the situation we are in. So sometimes it's necessary to blame because that's actually the reality. And I sincerely hope we also won't have to blame anybody, because we'll actually get the required funding that we deserve and should have had a long time ago. I agree with safety, but it's not for the WCED. We never had the walking bus in the WCED. It's for people outside the education department, and there's no point in us getting another 2.2 billion rand to try and do what our mandate is when we go and take on a whole lot of extra stuff, you know, and then it's going to just dilute what we're trying to achieve. But I do agree that it was a good project. Psychologists and social workers was raised by 2 members, and we have 1 psychologist and 1 therapist per circuit at the moment. I would be delighted to have more, absolutely delighted. But the realities we face don't seem to have sunk into members of the opposition. They just don't seem to realize what a dire situation our country is in financially. And we can't just appoint people when there isn't money to pay them. So if we could get more, I'd be very happy to do so. We do engage with social development, but if you heard the social development budget this morning, it was far worse than ours. So yeah, we do the very best we can, and we are fully aware of the need, but we can only do so much. ACDP, thank you, Honourable Christians, for your welcoming comments on ECDs and teaching posts. How it will reduce the teacher-learner ratio is if there are more learners, more teachers in the basket of posts. Obviously, we can split them across the number of learners, and it will. We do have a poor ratio of allocating those teachers, so it will go towards more skewed towards poorer schools and help to reduce those class sizes. Then we had the EF. No, good. Through you, Chairperson, it would be useful if members came to prepare their speeches without finding a quick Google article in the morning of the debate, because that 29,500 was a very, very long time ago. And if people kept up to speed with the committee reports and committee briefings, they would know that it is now, as Honourable Bachman said, 160, and those were predominantly very late applications. So it is important to tell the truth to this House, I agree, and I think that we all need to just bear that in mind. EFF, all schools in Khayelitsha are, in fact, no fee. And I'm not sure where the member was when I was doing my budget speech, because I did make the announcement that we are going to be making funding available for another 160 schools to become no-fee schools. So it really would help if members actually listen to our statement rather than come with pre-prepared speeches. As far as pro-poor, we also have the following other initiatives. 60% of schools, as Member Bachman has mentioned, are no-fee schools already. We have top-up funding for low-fee schools. We have compensation for fee exemptions for schools. We have the National School Nutrition Program for schools, for no-fee schools, learner transport, and we also assist with municipal support, municipal account support, which is putting a lot of extra stress on us. We know that people are suffering, but government's also suffering. And we can't just absorb more and more and more and more. But we really are doing a lot already as it is, and happily so, because we do know people are suffering. The school admissions system remains a disaster. That's what Member Makamba Butcher said. I would respectfully disagree with that. It's not a disaster at all. There were certainly problems with the system in the beginning when we started, with it not being able to cope with the admissions. It was, unfortunately, as I mentioned in last week's debate, largely as a result of the State Information Technology Agency, or SITA, not being able to cope and not being able to provide the services that we desperately need in education. And that's yet another national government entity that is failing us so that we can't provide the services that we want to provide. Gauteng also has a school admissions online system. No one seems to complain about that. And it certainly isn't a disaster. Previously, parents would have to go literally personally to every single school they wanted to apply to. This system allows them to apply to up to 10 schools across the province, well, preferably closer to where they stay, but anywhere they actually want to, they can apply. So they don't have to physically go and stand in queues at every single school and hand in documentation. So yes, there have been issues, but we have fortunately managed to find solutions to some of the service failures we were having to deal with from SITA. And the site is running much more smoothly now. We have already got 90,000 learners who have applied for next year on the online system. And as Member Bartman also mentioned, there are a lot of places where people can go to make these applications. If they don't have data, it is zero rated. There are many internet sites. There are hotspots all over communities. And we also have the pop-up stores and selected schools and other venues where parents can come and apply. So I would urge members of the opposition also to help in their constituencies to let people help them to register. Then the state of the schools, safety of schools always remains a concern. I mean, as we all know, school safety is affected by surrounding communities, and there are a lot of safety issues that do concern me, including fences, which I'll also get to later. But what really concerns me too is that we've had 2 people shot in the last 2 years and not one single person has been brought to book, not one single person has been convicted. One has been arrested, but they haven't even started the trial yet 2 years later. And that is certainly not the fault of the Education Department. As far as schools not promoting racism, I completely agree with you. No school, in fact, no one should promote racism. Completely agree, but neither should people allege racism at the first opportunity without finding out facts, like we've seen in the Brackenfell matter, where I was very happy that the Human Rights Commission vindicated the Western Cape Education Department's investigation and found that in that case, no racist practices had taken place. Now let me get to Honourable Said. All I can say is your ish. I'm not sure whether Honourable Said listens to what I say.
Madam Chair, I had my hand up.
Sorry.
Honourable Member Makamba Butcher.
I had my hand up, Chair. I'm not sure if you are able to note our hands, because I've had my hand up for like 5 minutes. Okay. I want to make a point of order to the minister that she must not have an appetite of watering down our statements when we are speaking the truth on the issues that are happening in the Western Cape Department of Education. So this team of ministers telling us that we're grandstanding our statements when we are speaking the truth of what is happening and the true reflection of what is happening, it's not acceptable.
Honourable Member, you are aware that is not the point of order. And that is a frivolous point of order, just to really, we need to continue. It's been a long day. We still have to finish with the other votes that are coming. So with due respect, Honourable Member, we are going to allow the Minister to continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I have a suspicion that Member Said has a standard speech that he just brings every time, because it's the same issues that come up. It's like a stuck record, the same points. It doesn't seem to listen to the responses. Maybe if people are insisting on other people complying with the rules, Chairperson, it would be good if they did the same. But really, I mean, I know there's a Congress coming up, but to keep on repeating the same things as if we haven't responded, as if we aren't, responsive, I just don't accept. I do also welcome the special guests and thank you for joining us, and thank you also for raising issues of concern. We do know there's a crisis of unplaced learners. We've addressed that as well, and fortunately we are going to be able to do something about it now that we are getting more money. But the ongoing narrative of we must put people in Model C schools has got a number of issues, first of all. First of all, I find it really patronizing that the ANC seems to think that they know or should decide where parents should put their learners. But they're also a bit late to the party because we've been engaging with former Model C schools, by the way, for years with respect to admitting additional learners, and many of them have actually expanded their schools in order to do exactly that. But the assumption that people want to go only to these schools is also not correct. We have schools in areas that are Cape Flats or township areas where there are overwhelming numbers of applications for people who also can't get in. So it's not correct to say that the problem is going to be solved by putting more people in former Model C schools. They might not want to go to those schools. We've had Mondale, 3,024 applications for 273 spaces. Spine Road, 3,182 applications for 253 spaces. We have got Luhlaza in Khayelitsha, 1,906 applications for 261 places. Manyano, 1,901 for 281. Manzomtombo, 1,570 for 362. Sinatembo, 1,506 for 172. Chris Hani Secondary in Khayelitsha, 1,503 for 210 places. So that is exactly why we put more effort into trying to build schools in poorer communities closer to where they live and where they do not have to pay huge amounts of money to transport their children. So let's just get real on these issues. Then poor planning and lack of political will, targeting of Eastern Cape learners. I can't really figure out where on earth that came from. I will strongly defend my department on the issue of poor planning. They have not done poor planning. They have done everything possible to try and manage the situation that we find ourselves in with ever decreasing budget in real terms. If you have 100,000 learners over 5 years, it is going to impact the system, no matter how much you plan. If you are told 1 year, suddenly we have a drought, you must spend 300 million rand on giving JoJo tanks to schools, fixing boreholes that haven't been properly maintained so that we can try and limit a day zero situation at schools, then where does the money come from? Certainly not national government, because they've stolen all of it. There's nothing left. There's nothing in a reserve fund that should be available for emergencies. Same with COVID, 450 million rand, in fact more, 465 million rand. We had to divert from infrastructure because there's no money at national to bail us out in the event of a national state of disaster for 600 and something days long.
Honorable Minister, may you take your seat, please? Honorable Member Sayed.
Chair, on a point of order, Chair, the MEC is misleading the House. We did not make a call. We actually made the call for increase class capacity for Model C schools, and the HOD agreed with us. So she must not mislead the House here.
You know, Honorable Member, sit down. Honorable Member, you know you can do a substantive motion. You don't have to really respond to the minister now. You know there are avenues where you can do that. So we are not going to go that route, Honorable Member. Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chairperson. You have already made a ruling several times on this very same supposed point of order that the Honourable side has raised. It's just being used as a tactic to interrupt the Minister now, and we would actually like to hear her response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. Before you can stand up, I see there's a hand of Honourable Bosman. Honourable Member Bosman, I recognize you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm covered by the Chief Whip, and I think the Deputy Chief of the Opposition should be called for disrupting. He's acting in a dishonourable way, and he is contravening Rule 4 in terms of abusing points of order.
I did not recognize you, Honourable Member Sayed, and you didn't raise your hand, and I recognize you now.
Chair, can the Honourable Bosman read out the specific rule, please? All have a right to raise our points of order.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't. He must read the rules, Chairperson. He must read the rules.
Honourable members,
Chair.
Honourable members, you are going to be recognized one before you talk. Two, we are going to keep the decorum. I think since we started with the budget votes, we've been doing well in debating and making sure that we talk to the budgets before us. We are not going to change that today. We need to make sure that we listen to each other as we debate this budget as we move forward. So I'm going to make sure that I plead with you, keep the decorum of the House. You've been doing well. I see the hand of Honorable Member Wendvogel and also Honorable Member Nkondlo.
Chairperson, my point was you made a ruling, but you allow the chief whip and member Bosman after your ruling to give an input. So that is not.
Honorable Member, there must be something wrong with your mic because I haven't done a ruling at all. I just said the point of order that Member Syed was saying it's a substantive motion. He knows what is it that he can do to make sure that we continue with the point of order that he was raising. Honorable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Chair. Can I also move on the same rule of Member Bosman that he does not want to read in the House, that the point of orders must not be abused to accept the person who is chairing, because there's a person that is chairing this session as in yourself. So we don't want people who must want to chair from their benches so that we can proceed with the proceedings. Thanks.
Honorable Chief.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Rule 66, 3D states that point of order may not be considered if the presiding officer has already ruled on the matter in the same sitting. And that is in that spirit that I raised the rule that the honourable member on the opposite side of the benches keeps raising the same point of order which you have already ruled upon. And so therefore we'd ask if you would please refrain so that we can in fact hear the minister's response.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. I think, honourable members, we really have to continue so that we can conclude with the third order of the day. Otherwise, we are going to continue with raising the point of order that are frivolous and they are not going to lead us to continue with the business of the day. So keep the decorum and be as honourable as you are, honourable members, and let's continue. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, I'm certainly not going to finish until I have answered all the issues. So if members want to stay here all day, then so be it. The truth does seem to hurt sometimes. As far as poor planning, as I was saying, my department plans extremely well. We have figures, we have hotspot areas, we know what needs to be done, but we cannot employ people if we haven't got money. We cannot build schools if we haven't got money. We plan for 10 years and then have to have 300 million taken away in 1 year. Where does it come from? Infrastructure, because the only choices are don't pay teachers, don't transport learners, don't feed learners, or don't pay schools norms and standards. Those are the main issues in areas in our budget. So those are the choices. So it comes from infrastructure, and obviously then, if it happens 1 year and the following year, 465 million rand addition for COVID measures, COVID relief measures, where does it come from? Our infrastructure budget, because that's the only possible place it can come from, because others are too ghastly to contemplate. But this is also of extreme concern, which is why we are so glad to have an additional amount of this nature for infrastructure. So planning is not an issue. Our department is excellent in planning. They have worked day in and day out trying to ensure that we give the best possible opportunities to our learners, often at great cost and to their own personal health. And I really want to thank all my experts who've done excellently. And I will not accept this constant refrain of poor planning, lack of political will. It is not that. It is lack of adequate funding. So now we suddenly have to go into the Ukraine crisis, but let's go there if we want to go there. I saw a lovely little video of Member Syed and his current provincial leader, who he seems to be wanting to replace, making these wonderful little DVDs of at a Russian cocktail party on the very night I think the Ukraine was being bombarded. One of their maternity hospitals was being bombed. And being very proudly associated with Russia. So I hear yesterday the Honourable Doug Moore trying to say that they are neutral. Well, if that's neutral, then I don't know what, but it's not neutral. So you want to go and mediate in something where you've clearly taken sides, but you want to bring it to the House and make an issue of it here? I don't think so. I think, quite frankly, Russia's disgusting in what they've done. They are targeting innocent civilians. They are doing, sorry, Chairperson, could you perhaps educate the members in the gallery?
There's a member of this, a guest on the podium. You are not allowed to do this.
And yes, so to bomb schools where people are hiding and sheltering, to bomb maternity hospitals is beyond anything I can comprehend and certainly not be proud of. As far as the Eastern Cape targeting,
you are quiet when Israel bombed Palestinian children. You are quiet.
Can I continue?
Honorable Member Nkondlo. Honorable Member Nkondlo.
May I continue?
Member,
Thank
may
you,
you
House
sit down?
Chair. I rise on Rule 40. Member may not interrupt another member who is speaking except to call to a point of order, which the Honourable Nkondlo did not do. You'd kindly call her to order.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chair. Targeting of Eastern Cape learners, that sounds really dramatic. We love Eastern Cape learners. They are really intelligent and they want a really good education. And we see that. And quite frankly, I want to commend them for noticing the fact that they can't get that in the Eastern Cape. They see for themselves at a young age that it's better to come to the Western Cape because that's where they've got a real chance of getting a good education. And exactly the point Member Bartman made. We're sitting with 2,000 schools in the Eastern Cape that have been earmarked for closure for years. That has not happened. 2,000. Where's that money going? That should be coming here. That's the point we're making, and that's what we'll always continue to make. And where I did see that we're going to close 1,000 schools recently, where's the public outcry about that? If I close one school, I get taken to court. Where's the outcry? I don't want there to be an outcry. I agree it should be closed. But there are another 305,000 schools in the Eastern Cape that are non-viable. They've been classified by their own department as non-viable schools, but they stay open, they continue getting funding, and they're wasting the money that should be used to provide a better education in the Western Cape. As far as protocol is concerned, well, it doesn't surprise me that the ANC supports protocol. It's quite clear to me that this whole matter has been political right from the start, including the application to stop the closure, because the principal and his family are running a little fiefdom at that school with learner transport, and they are have been investigated for financial irregularities. His wife is now the acting principal at the school, and there are more financial irregularities that have been uncovered at the school, and disciplinary action is going to be taken. Instead of using the learner transport that we provided, he has persuaded them to use another company owned by his son. But the ANC supports this. Why? As far as the specific schools that were mentioned, I'm not giving that now. I think they might be subject to parliamentary questions. And if not, we can give details to the member. As far another thing I need to just address is this ongoing refrain about asbestos schools. Asbestos schools per se are not dangerous to people in them. They are dangerous when they are damaged. That is all. And notwithstanding that, we are still busy with replacing them, but we can't do it all at once. Security fences, that was a really strange comment that I heard about me opposing, undermining the Premier's announcement. We completely support the Premier's announcement. We've been working with him on it. In fact, we've actually done more than 30 schools. We've actually added, I think this year we have done 60 schools, which I've mentioned before. So where that comes from, I don't know. Perhaps it's another Congress attempt to score some points, but we are completely and utterly on board with it and support it fully. Slow pace of dealing with complaints in schools and corruption, I completely agree that it is not acceptable. We do take too long. It's not always our fault. There's just too many cases. And the number of cases at schools do concern me of mismanagement and financial mismanagement. Often we have to send it to the Provincial Forensic Services, which also takes a huge amount of time because they've got so many matters to deal with as well. And it is a source of concern. What's also a source of concern is when we do take action against people and we dismiss them and they go to the ELRC or the Labour Court and they get reinstated. And then we have to deal with it. It makes life rather difficult. SIU report is the last one that I'm going to deal with. There's been no slow implementation whatsoever of the SIU report. We got the SIU reports. We sent it, as you've been informed previously, to the Department of the Premier for advice on what to do because our people in our people management were conflicted. So he did completely the right thing. He has received the recommendations and acted on the recommendations. And there is absolutely nothing else to be done. And I think he's acted completely and utterly above board, and I commend him for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Shaver. That concludes the debate of this vote. Honorable members, with your indulgence, I'm going to allow about 2 minutes so that we can allow the officials to move out as the other officials from the next vote. of the fourth order of the day move in. Thank you very much.
Go left, go left. Be quick. Yeah.
For the love of Africa. Thank you very much, honorable members. The secretary will read the fourth order of the day.
Debate on Vote 11, Agriculture, Western Cape Appropriation Bill.
Thank you. I now recognize Minister Mayor.
Sure. Honorable Out Chair, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Cabinet, Honorable leaders of the official opposition, members of different political parties, honorable members of the legislature, special guests, the media, and members of the public, and those who are joining us online and those who are in the gallery. Honorable Auche, earlier this morning, I was at Elsenburg, where a drone delivered the final draft of my budget address to me. This afternoon, I arrived at the Western Cape Legislature with the budget address driving a tractor. The drone and the tractor represent how agriculture has been revolutionized. However, farmers have had to adapt and display the resilience that sustains our sector to survive. Honorable Out-Chair, Western Cape Premier Alan Winde argued in his State of the Province address on the 15th of February 2022 in Veldrif that the Western Cape could not be returning to the way things were done before the pandemic. Instead, we must push back against going back to normal and push forward to do even better. To do so, we must rethink, focus, and innovate. Close the quote. Honorable Chair, today I rise to table a budget of 969.218 million rand and to confirm that the Western Cape Department of Agriculture will indeed be pushing forward. The budget of 969.218 million for the 22-23 financial year includes earmarked allocations for the ecological infrastructure of 37 million, river protection works, particularly in Keerboom, Jan de Tweede River, Upper Hex River,
of 18.5 million rand. And Provincial Disaster Relief Grant, provision and distribution of livestock feed, 48.1 million rand. Honourable Chair, South Africa's seasonally adjusted GDP grew by 4.9% in 2021. Agriculture, which expanded by 8.3%, was the second fastest growing sector behind mining at 11.8%. Chair, as highlighted by the Bureau for Agricultural Policy, generally known as BFAP, this growth in agriculture is more impressive because it follows a 13.4% growth expansion in 2020, making agriculture the most robust performing sector in South Africa since COVID-19. Agriculture is pushing forward. Agbare voorsitter, een van die grootste onsekerhede wat die landbouuitvoermark in die gesig staar, is die uitgebreide konflik tussen Rusland en Oekraïne. Albei lande is beduidende uitvoerders van koring, mielies en sonneblomprodukte. Rusland is 'n groot verskaffer wat meer as 50% bydra tot wêreldwye koringuitvoere. Hy is die belangrikste verskaffer van chemiese kunststowwe in die wêreld en is ook 'n groot uitvoerder van petroleumprodukte. Gevolglik kan deurlopende sanksies die beskikbaarheid van koring, mielies, sonneblomolie en noodsaaklike landbouinsette soos kunsmis beperk. Vanuit 'n verbruikersperspektief impliseer die globale marksituasie gekombineer met hoë energie- en vervaardigingskoste dat voedselinflasie ongelukkig sal aanhou styg. Ten spyte van bogenoemde sal die landbousektor vorentoe beer. Die Wes-Kaapse landbousektor is uitvoergerig en dra meer as 53% by tot Suid-Afrika se landbouuitvoere. In 2020, voorsitter, het die Wes-Kaap provinsie 78,68 miljard rand se gekombineerde landbou en agri-verwerkingsprodukte uitgevoer. Agbare voorsitter, 8 van die 10 grootste uitvoerprodukte in die Wes-Kaap het ook 'n landbougrondslag. Landbou beer vorentoe. Honourable Speaker, when I took office as the Minister of Agriculture in the Western Cape, I immediately set out 5 ministerial priorities for my term of office. Priority 1 is structured education, training and research. It is geared towards providing the requisite skills, knowledge and experience to secure the future of agriculture. My goal is to increase training opportunities for the youth, women and disabled to secure the agricultural sector's sustainability. Honourable Chair, agricultural subjects have been introduced at 18 schools in the Western Cape over the last 3 years. Thank you to the Western Cape Department of Education as well as the Minister of Education. One such school is Pelican Park High School, which I visited recently. The school is located close to the Philippi horticultural area, often described as the breadbasket of the Cape metropolitan area. By expanding the curriculum at schools such as Pelican Park, we have created more training opportunities in the agricultural sector and made the sector more accessible to the youth. I am encouraged by the principal, Mr. Saida Tregenen's leadership and the enthusiasm with which the educators and learners have embarked on the agricultural education journey. The Elsenburg Agricultural Training Institute offers bachelor's degrees of agriculture, a 3-year diploma in agriculture, and learnerships and short course skills. Honourable Chairperson, on Saturday, the 26th of February this year, I joined my officials and colleagues, academics, parents, and guardians. Together, we witnessed the graduation of Elsenburg Agricultural Training Institute class of 2021. Students graduated on the day with qualifications ranging from the national and higher certificate and the diploma in agriculture and the degree baccalaureate in agriculture. 197 students became members of that illustrious group of students who will now call themselves graduates of the oldest agricultural training institute on the African continent. And so, Honorable Chair, I am proud of the products of Elsenburg Agricultural College. 197 students who graduated that day is really making a big investment in the future of agriculture in this province, but also in the rest of South Africa. Lara Barnard, Richard da Costa, Solomon de Jager, Carly de Tweet, Maren Engelbrecht, and Sarah Lee all graduated this year cum laude at Elsenburg. The Dukes Awards went to Angela Uithaler, Brittany Havenga, and Carly de Tweet. Nomingwena Nonjola received the Best Student Award in Viticulture, NQF Level 4, while Cameron Moody was awarded the National Wool Growers Association Award in wool production. Our own Director General, Dr. Harry Malila, said to the students during his address, and I quote, "I would like to place my admiration for the graduation class on record. You have responded positively to setbacks. You have demonstrated exceptional resilience in overcoming many obstacles to reach this proud day. Resilience is a character trait that will stand you in good stead in the world of employment and the university of life. Resilience can be cultivated and can grow. Therefore, do not give up on anything you care about," unquote. Honorable Speaker, as part of the Department of Agriculture's internship program, commercial farmers are increasingly partnering with the department to host interns, serve as mentors, and to make their workplaces and farms available to interns. The department's research and development effort will more than ever focus on the increase in agricultural production and novel technologies to contribute to food security, job creation, and economic development in a sustainable way. And so, against the challenges of climate change, agriculture, Honorable Chair, is pushing forward. Honorable Chair, priority number 2 is producer support and development, which aims to increase the number of well-trained and equipped commercial and smallholder farmers through strengthening partnerships with the private sector to unlock market access and to create value-adding opportunities. Therefore, Madam Chair, my goal is to increase farming businesses' efficiency through diversification, partnership, and more effective production systems, ultimately leading to an increase in the standard of living for the people of the Western Cape. Honourable Madam Chair, in 2021-22, the Western Cape Department of Agriculture identified land reform projects worth of an estimated 104 million rand. Implementation of these projects, Madam Chair, is currently underway with the support of our project managers, our partners, strengthened by our partnership with commodity organizations. The commodity organizations and those who are signing online, I want to thank you for the work that you are doing, because through your work and support with advice, mentorship, training, inputs, market access, and mutual in-kind cooperation and contribution. Over the past few years, the department has developed sound partnerships with 10 commodity organizations to support our new farmers. The Western Cape Department of Agriculture will renew these partnerships for another 3 years. Agriculture is pushing forward. Honourable Madam Chair, the Western Cape is blessed with several successful black farmers. With the support of the Department of Agriculture, we are making their mark in the sector. One such farmer is Warren Bum, who is but one of the only fully certified organic grape producers in South Africa. Bem is the son of the late Herman Bum, an agri worker from Saron, now successfully owns the over 100 hectare conventional table grape farm Westland with third generation farmer Wessel van Niekerk, the son of his late farmer's employer. Bum's organic grapes are supplied to his long-standing customer in the United Kingdom, Ethical Fruit Company, and directly to a range of Europe leading high-end supermarkets. Likewise, Madam Chair, Stellenbosch University Viticulture graduate Beverly Joseph, South Africa's first black female hops farmer, and owner of 50.8 hectare farm, Zelpi, has developed into a successful commercial hops farmer. I had the privilege and an honor to meet her. Klein Goederust, Franschhoek Boutique Winery, owned by the child of an agri worker, Paul Siguka, served as another example. I had an honor to meet this young man. Located in Franschhoek, Klein Goederust has been transformed from a dilapidated state into a promising boutique farm in Franschhoek. Agriculture is pushing forward. Honorable Chair, there has been a drastic increase in the demand for food and nutrition security support over the last 2 years. Our One Home, One Garden program continues to make the difference in communities towards achieving food and nutrition security at household level. For the financial year 2021, we have so far established 2,396 household food gardens, 145 community gardens, and 26 school food garden projects. Thank you, Doc, for your great team that is doing this great work. For the financial year, we are particularly happy that the work of this unit will continue. Honorable Chair, I also had the privilege and honor to meet the Langebaan urban farmers at the community garden. It is an example of how projects of this nature can start as an introductory opportunity to meet daily food nutritional needs, to create entrepreneurial opportunity for local unemployed persons. An outcome of Saldanha Bay municipality adopting an urban agricultural policy, the Langebaan Urban Community Garden contributes to food security by improving the quality, affordability, and accessibility of food intake of poor and middle class households. Participants do vegetable production under the shaded net. They produce good quality vegetables using minimum water. Remember, South Africa is one of the 50th driest country in the world. And so I salute the women and the men of the Langebaan urban agriculture. Produce is also sold to the local community. And more importantly, Madam Chair, it's also sold to the local spa owner. And I have met him on site. Agriculture is pushing forward. Honourable Chair, my third priority is rural safety, which aims to facilitate a safe, protected and secure agricultural environment for the farming community, urban community, as well as for agri workers. The high level of crime perpetrated against rural communities threatens farm growth and jobs for rural people, and it requires urgent attention from all government sectors through the whole of society approach. Honourable Chair, that is why I hosted a Rural Safety Summit on the 25th of November 2021. The event was attended by Agri Western Cape, AFASA, Prestige Agri Workers Forum, the South African Police Service, representatives from the Farmer Neighbourhood Watches, district municipalities and senior officials of the Department of Agriculture and Community Safety. On that day, Madam Chair, I launched the Western Cape Department of Agriculture's Rural Safety Desk, the Rural Safety Monitoring Digital Dashboard, the Rural Safety Brochure, the Rural Safety Pocket Guide during the summit. In addition, I also released the Rural Safety Baseline Study, as this government is committed to evidence-based and data-led governance. Honourable Chair, participants agree that addressing the multiple contributors to crime and violence will only be achieved if we embrace a collaborating strategy for crime and violence, because that is what we are doing together with our stakeholders. For this reason, we are pursuing the whole of society approach marked by critical and strategic partnerships with the relevant stakeholders, including public, private, and civil society. I want to express my deep thanks to our DDG, Daryl Jacobs, for leading this campaign in driving the rural safety agenda together with our HOD in the Department of Community Safety. The Western Cape Rural Safety Monitoring Dashboard is the first in South African agricultural sector and was recently shortlisted for the Public Service Innovation Awards. Madam Chair, agriculture is pushing forward. Agbare voorsitter, marktoegang is my vierde belangrike strategiese prioriteit van hierdie Wes-Kaapse regering. Die onlangse bekendstelling van die Wes-Kaapse Departement van Landbou se innoverende mobiele Agri-Processing on Wheels initiative by die Genesis Hub in Vredenburg het die eerste vir Suid-Afrika geword. Hierdie innoverende mobiele landbouverwerkingsinisiatief brei die mandjie van landbouverwerkingsdienste uit om amptenare in staat te stel om die mandjie van landbouverwerkingsdienste verder uit te brei, die kapasiteit te verhoog hier in die Weskaap, maar ook deur middel van werkswinkels en belangstellende groepe reg oor die Weskaap. Die projek sal nou ook in ander distrikte reg oor die Weskaap herhaal word, aangesien ons die geleentheid van agriverwerking nader aan ons mense wil bring. Landbou beheer vorentoe. Agbare spreker, nog 'n vernuwing is die vennootskap met die Suid-Afrikaanse wyntransformasie eenheid. In 2021 het ons 'n e-handelsplatform bekendgestel om black-owned brands besighede in staat te stel om hul eie produkte reg oor Suid-Afrika te kan bemark. Hierdie innovasie het ten doel om die verkope van deelnemende besighede 'n hupstoot te gee en die afhanklikheid van hierdie ondernemings op die uitvoermark te versag deur volhoubaarheid te verseker. Ook opmerklik is ons vennootskap met die Suid-Afrikaanse Tafeldryf Vereniging om die Sina-mark te ontwikkel. Weereens, voorsitter, beheer landbou vorentoe. Honorable Chair, market access must be supported by infrastructure. The new extension of the Hex School storage facility in the Hex River Valley, which I officially opened on the 26th of February 2022, is an 95 million addition to a critical facility in the Cape Winelands. And I want to thank those farmers for their massive contribution in the Hex Valley, almost 100 million rand infrastructure investment from farmers. This investment is critical for job creation, but also for foreign exchange. The additional cold storage space will significantly benefit the table grape industry, considering the current global shipping logistical challenges and the various challenges facing the exporters of the Port of Cape Town and other South African ports. Another critical road infrastructure planned for 2022 and 2023, and I'm happy to announce that Project C1216 is the rehabilitation, renovation, and the refurbishment of R303 north of Ceres. I am grateful to my cabinet colleagues, both the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Transport and Public Works, Minister Dalen Mitchell, for providing the necessary road infrastructure that will promote market access and grow the economy of the Western Cape. Agriculture is pushing forward. Honourable Chair, efforts to digitize the veterinary export certification process are bearing fruits as the Export Certification Office initial phases are now operational and live. Reports reflect that ECOS facilitated an increase in export, generating, Madam Chair, about 1.2 billion rand per annum for the provincial economy. We export meat. To export meat, you need a certification process, but you need a digital platform. That platform now exists and is live and is making a great impact here in the Western Cape. And so, Madam Chair and Honourable Member Marais, agriculture is pushing forward. No more hand submission for application to export meat. It is all digital and is live. Innovation is happening in this government. Honourable Chair, South Africa is one of the driest countries in the world. Climate change predictions indicate that the Western Cape will become drier, with high rainfall variability and warmer with an increase in the mean annual surface temperature. It is predicted that there will be an increase in the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, droughts, floods, fires, and heat waves. It is for this reason that my fifth priority is climate change response. Thank you, Dr. Ilse, for the great work you are doing in this respect. Honourable Chair, the Western Cape Department of Agriculture has established a new climate change unit in the Department of Agriculture, and we have appointed a climate change scientist to manage it. The implementation of the Smart Agri Plan, the outcomes of its evaluation, and new research will drive the unit's scope. The 10th International Symposium on Irrigation of Horticultural Crops will occur in 2023 in Stellenbosch next year. In addition, two other significant climate change events are planned for 2022, including the Youth and Young Researchers Climate Change and Agriculture Convention and the multiple stakeholder drought and disaster dialogue. Agriculture, Madam Chair, is pushing forward. Honourable Chair, we are the leading province for conservation agriculture, with 51% of all crop livestock farmers in the Western Cape fully adopting this farming methods. Chair, the department's head office at Elsenburg has been doing its bit. Our resource efficiency project received Gold Award in the category Replication and Adaptation of Innovative Solutions at the 90th Public Sector Innovation Award ceremony held in Johannesburg on the 25th of February 2022. This project, installing rooftop photovoltaic system, solar PV, battery and inverter, and implementing a new water management system that primarily uses groundwater for domestic use. As a result, it has reduced the department's municipal water bill and significantly saved on the monthly electricity bill despite the steep Eskom tariff increases. I also want to thank Minister Mitchell and the Department of Transport and Public Works for the support provided by the Western Cape Department of Agriculture, because we have now, Madam Chair, solar panels on the building of the headquarters at Elsenburg. We significantly are now less dependent on Eskom. Business will continue because agriculture is pushing forward. Significantly, as a result of the work of the colleagues here, they have significantly reduced the dependency of water from the municipality of Stellenbosch. So agriculture is pushing forward. Honourable Chair, I also visited George. During my visit to a pack house belonging to the Van Grienen boerdery in George, I was impressed how low conservation agriculture has become a key feature of their operations. Their solar project consists of 333 panels and can generate up to 100 kilowatts. The system supplies an estimated 20% of their pack house's energy needs. They believe that conserving nature is all about the efficient use of the resources. So they use weed mat to lower herbicide use and place their irrigation system underneath it. This helps to reduce evaporation and conserve water. Quite an innovation. It also ensures that the fertilizers they apply through the irrigation system do not volatilize and pollute the atmosphere. They store up to 700,000 liters of rainwater harvested from the roofs of their facilities. This almost makes them self-sufficient in terms of domestic and pack house water uses. They also allow other plant species to grow in the inter spaces in the orchards. These plants help build organic matter, prevent erosion, and help to keep dust under control. Van Grienen boerdery in George has also found that some of these plants contribute to biodiversity in the orchards and attract insects so that they don't get target the blueberries. Agriculture is pushing forward. Speaker, in the current financial year, 22,219 hectares of agricultural land has been rehabilitated and improved due to the working efficiency with the farmers, water users associations, and irrigation boards. At the same time, we created 850 jobs, and we are well on track because our target is 1,000 jobs. Agriculture is pushing forward. Honourable Chair, in the 2021-22 financial year, the department provided 11.7 million rand in further support to 1,115 farmers in prolonged drought-stricken areas of the Central Karoo and Matsikama. In addition, 29 farmers in areas where the drought conditions have improved have received seed vouchers totaling 133,000. During the past year, I handed over 3 river protection works, Holslootweg near Rossenville, Meerluskloof near Genadendal, and Mill Project near Genadendal to the respective Water Users Association, both at the cost of 69 million rand. Holsloot Weir, for example, responded to the severe damage caused by the flooding a few years ago, alien vegetation, plants, and the damaging of the ecological maintenance performed within the river. In addition, Madam Chair, it links directly to the two priorities of the Western Cape Government's Smart Agriculture Implementation Plan. One is restoring the ecological infrastructure for increased productivity and socio-ecological resilience, and the other is collaborative, integrated catchment management to improve water security and job creation. The value add is that these investments support the local economy during construction. Agriculture is moving forward. Honourable Chair, following my recent visit to the Brandvlei Dam in the Cape Winelands municipality, I now can confirm that construction has finally begun after 2 years of inaction by the national government. Raising the wall of the feeder canal into the Brandvlei Dam by 30 centimeter or 300 millimeter will increase the water flow into the dam, contributing to an increase in irrigation water and ultimately developing additional agricultural land of more than 4,400 hectares under irrigation. The construction is set to be completed in June this year. Of another critical infrastructure project that upon completion, Madam Chair, will have a significant impact on agriculture, but also food security in the Western Cape, is the raising of the dam in Clanwilliam. The increased capacity of the raised Clanwilliam Dam will result in 6,000 hectares of additional land being developed for irrigation agriculture of high value crops. Agriculture, Madam Chair, is pushing forward. Honourable Speaker, our decision to embrace the new technology to improve service delivery and lead farmers has resulted in the Western Cape Department of Agriculture in adopting, promoting, and stimulating drone use. 31 students, locals, and interns were trained for remote pilot license as part of our drone pilot program. Honourable Chair, I'm incredibly proud of these candidates who have completed their remote pilot license. The use of digital technologies such as drones provides a range of farming solutions. These include remote measurement of the soil conditions, better water management, and livestock and crop monitoring on the farms. For example, our own Geographical Information Systems technician, Liesel, can you please stand? Please stand, Liesel. She is one of those pilots that received the drone pilot license, and she can now use, thank you, she can now use her skills to enhance her area of expertise and provide a better service to our producers. Again, she's sitting next to her colleague, Ari. Can you also please stand? Also received his remote drone pilot license. Both of them are providing an outstanding service, not only to the Department of Agriculture, but to the sector agriculture as well. And I want to thank both of them. The remote pilot license course for farmers, agri-workers, and agri-businesses is currently now in its final practical flying part, and the successful candidates will receive their wings on the 4th of April 2022. Honourable Chair, the first comprehensive flyover project was conducted in 2013. Due to the ever-increasing dynamic nature of agriculture, the data need to be updated every 4 to 5 years for reliability. Therefore, the department aims to mobilize resources to conduct a third flyover to gather updated data sets for reliability and accuracy. Madam Chair, this is where we fly over all the agricultural lands, take photos and see everything. But Madam Chair, I know you love traveling. And so over across the Western Cape, you have seen all the nets. So you can't now fly over and see what is happening under the net. And so the challenge now is to go to farm by farm and do data collection. But we are up to the challenge, and we will do what is necessary to grow the economy in the Western Cape. The Western Cape Department is the proud owner of the only ostrich research facility globally. the Oudtshoorn Ostrich Research Farm. In 2021, a new, novel, innovative decision-making tool, the Ostrich Slaughter Planner, was developed. The digital tool will assist ostrich producers with record keeping and planning before receiving a permit to slaughter the ostriches before it goes to the abattoir. Therefore, an innovative farm to abattoir tool. Honourable Chair, my first visit to the Felbridge Cannabis Farm outside Stellenbosch, and I know Honourable Member Bartman is very pleased to hear that I did visit this research facility. She's online, and I want to thank her for also speaking to us about these facilities. And so, Honourable Barre, this facility is a world-class facility and has the potential in developing SMMEs, attracting domestic and foreign investment, and adding value to the processing and manufacturing of the various products for local and export markets. I'm therefore glad, Madam Chair, that the Western Cape Department of Agriculture will now develop the Western Cape Cannabis Framework and Implementation Plan for 2022. This CAN plan will position the Western Cape in terms of the regulatory framework to identify focus areas where the Western Cape can an action framework, develop an action framework similar to the focus areas of the Smart Agri, and C, identify opportunities for producers and exporters. As we speak, Madam Chair, this facility is already exporting for the market in Switzerland and in the Netherlands. Honourable Chair, one such great innovators are also Brian Johnson and Ryan van der Horst of the Alien Fuel Group. I visited them recently. They offer an innovative way to eliminate alien vegetation, save scarce surface water, and create jobs. Based outside Worcester on the road to Ceres, Alien Fuel is a company that has designed and developed an innovative system that adapts industrial boilers and burners to no longer be fed by fossil fuel, but by briquette made from alien vegetation. Alien Fuel, the company, was recently, Madam Chair, awarded the EU's Climate 360 competition in the sustainable energy category. Soon, the team at Alien Fuel will be leaving to present their value proposition to the international energy agencies in Brussels, in Belgium, and in Paris, in France. We extend our congratulations and our good wishes as they engage decision makers and learn more about climate change projects in Europe. Things are happening with innovation in the Western Cape. This is also an opportunity to learn, make new connections, showcase proudly Western Cape innovation. Madam Chair, agriculture is pushing forward. Madam Chair, let me conclude. We are passionate about agriculture, for the love of agriculture, but ultimately for the love of the people. Honourable Chair, agriculture is a wealth creator and holds the promise for the Western Cape economic recovery and jobs. We have seen what happened in 2020, where all the sectors of the economy had negative economic growth. The only sector that had positive economic growth was the agricultural sector. In the first quarter of 2020, 28%. In the second quarter, 13%. And so we are seeing massive agriculture, the anchor of the economic recovery. Our strength lies in the strategic partnerships with the industry, our commodity approach, and many others in the research and training environment. Agriculture is ready to support the Western Cape economic recovery. Agriculture in the Western Cape is pushing forward. Honourable Chair, my key announcements for 2022-23 are: the department is in the process of developing an African agricultural strategy. This strategy will guide the approach to the African market anchored by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. 2, the Provincial Veterinary Laboratory is to be upgraded. Doing so will strengthen support for our clients and improve market access. The department will also extend its MOU with commodity organizations. This will bolster the department's commodity approach strategy for farmer development in the Western Cape. Madam Chair, The Western Cape Cannabis Plan will be finalized in this new financial year, and it will provide focused interventions and support to cannabis producers in the Western Cape. Madam Chair, the third iteration of the Flyover project to gather updates data sets for improved planning in the Western Cape will be undertaken this financial year. Alien clearing, Madam Chair, 20,000 hectares will be cleared, leading to the creation of 800 green jobs. Madam Chair, the department will host this year, coming new financial year, the Youth and Young Research Climate Change in the Agriculture Convention in June 2022 and the multi-stakeholder drought and disaster dialogue in October this year. We will continue to support our farmers in the province to contain the spread of locusts in the affected districts. Further support to the value of 48.1 million has already been approved. Madam Chair, the hybrid teaching and learning will continue at Elsenburg Training Institute as we internalize the lessons learned during COVID-19. You are aware that we're using the SUL, Stellenbosch University online learning platform, as well as our own created Moodle platform, online learning platform, because our vision was when COVID is happening, you shall continue to learn, and we made the necessary platforms available to do so. Madam Chair, further rollout of substance abuse awareness and prevention sessions focusing on the agri-labor rights and rural youth. Madam Chair, I now table the budget of 969.218 million rand for the Western Cape Department of Agriculture. I thank you for the love of agriculture.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Mayor. I now recognize ANC Member Maran.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible? Acting Speaker?
Yes, you are,
Thanks.
Member.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, driving a tractor without a license should never be allowed in the agri-industry. It's dangerous and it's reckless, especially if you don't know how to put that vehicle in reverse when danger confronts from the front. Should never be allowed. Many farm workers have died at the hand of those who don't have a license or who don't know how to operate within the guidelines of a license. So that should never be encouraged. Speaker, I haven't heard the Honourable MEC speaks about the 50 small farmers who participated in the program from small to commercial farmers and how this department will support them in this particular program. I haven't heard him speak about it. I haven't heard him speak about farm workers and the challenges that they are facing, especially when it comes to the evictions and farm cuts, water cuts on farms. I haven't heard him spoke about that. I haven't heard the MEC spoke about Levis September, a small livestock farmer from Swellendam who's facing eviction from a municipality. I haven't heard the MEC spoke about a farmer in Tilbach who have lost 6.5 million rand at the hand of a previous mayor in the Witzenberg area. Speaker, as I rise to participate in today's budget vote, I wish to remind the House of the words of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition during his participation of the second reading debate on the Appropriation Bill for 22-23. The Honourable Dagmar was clear. Budgets are about choices. Budgets are about political choices. The ANC believes that the officials of this department is doing a sterling job. But budgets are about political choices and the ANC cannot support this budget. As the MEC pointed out in the standing committee, I want to assure him that the members of the ANC caucus of this house also bleeds for our farmers. But as the MEC said, it bleeds even more for the consumer, like the poor granny in Aston, who is using a pension to feed the grandchildren. The MEC in this department must know that this ANC caucus stands squarely behind our farmers amidst the drought in the face of COVID-19, with the onslaught of the locusts and with the conflict in Ukraine. Just because we fight for farm workers and small emerging black farmers does not mean that we do not feel for the farmers who provide the food that we need in this province and country. There should be little doubt, too, that we appreciate the work of our officials in this department. The ANC acknowledges the work of all officials in this provincial government and appreciate their efforts in service delivery despite the budget cuts implemented by the politicians in the provincial government. Acting Speaker, we are but concerned about some misunderstandings that occurred yesterday in the House. On 2 occasions, with 2 different budget votes, MECs in their responses misconstrue the words of the ANC to think that we are attacking departmental officials and even accusing some of them of politics. Nothing could be further than the truth. The vast majority of our people, of our public servants, especially in the Department of Agriculture, works diligently and within the strenuous budget cuts. It is one of the reasons why the ANC is against budget cuts, because our public servants are expected to do more with much less. Instead, what we see is when the officials speak frankly, when they are heard by members of the opposition and are not necessarily heard by their political principles, the ANC speaks up on their behalf. This is twisted by failing MECs and made out to be ANC attacking officials. It's far from it. But public servants should also know, as their political principles should know, when you are paid by taxpayers, when you use or misuse taxpayers' monies, you must be prepared to be held accountable. In the case of the Department of Agriculture, we cannot blame officials for the lack of budget and for the lack of priorities. On the morning of 9 March 2022, Provincial Cabinet met in flouting the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. They decided to adopt a position on the conflict in the Ukraine matter. Deputy Acting Speaker, we haven't heard the provincial government speak out when it comes to the people of Palestine, when they bombed hospitals, killing innocent women and children. The DA was not neutral on that particular issue. They stand with Israel. While the international SWIFT situation may well impact on our provincial exports to Russia, the reality is that the DA-led provincial cabinet, forced by the national leadership, insisted that they were to take a hostile stance towards Russia. Unlike our international-led government, the DA and this provincial cabinet took an ideological stance in the conflict, and this has direct consequences for our agriculture and aquacultural sectors. The MEC of Agriculture, who is also one of the DA's deputy federal leaders, and MEC was quoted as saying, and I quote, South Africa's agricultural exports to Ukraine and the Russian Federation were valued at 4.1 billion rand in 2020. Horticultural products, oranges, pears, apples, mandarins, lemons, fresh grapes, wines, Deputy Speaker, collectively contributed a share of 3.4 billion, with around 88% of the value attributable to the Western Cape, end quote. Trade data tells a more telling tale. In 2020, the type of products described by the MEC accounted for 3.2 billion of South Africa's exports to Russia. Only 120 million worth of these products went to Ukraine. In other words, the Western Cape exports edible fruits to the Russian Federation is 28 times more the amount it exports to Ukraine. Only the Western Cape farmers will be the losers in the DA's arrogance towards Russia. In fact, in general, South Africa export goods and services to the value of 5.6 billion in 2020 to Russia and only 270 million to Ukraine. The DA's support for the people of Ukraine is only ideological and racist. For some time, Westgro has been working hard on accessing the Russian market for mussels. Finally, they got it right but with the provincial government's announcement and irrational boycott of Russia, those markets will be gone soon. Only the exporters of mussels from the Western Cape will suffer. It is therefore hard to believe that the agricultural and aquaculture sectors of the Western Cape support this provincial government's insistence on taking sides in the Ukraine conflict. But it seems that the DA, who have no experience in foreign policy and diplomacy, do not even understand this. In fact, as an ANC MPR, let me be bold to say that yes, the ANC takes its stand in the conflict of Ukraine, not only because of the past, but because of the present as well. It doesn't make economic sense to cut off your Russian nose because we will only be spitting the Western Cape farmers' face. However, as a member of the Standing Committee, I am looking forward to the briefing by the department specifically on the efforts of the conflict on our agricultural and aquaculture sectors. We are particularly pleased that food prices have not been affected by the conflict and that we must, as leaders across political divide, call for calm and rational approaches. Of course, we must not omit the possibilities and opportunities that this conflict presents. The ANC welcomes the sentiments of the Honourable Van der Westhuizen that we should be looking into expanding our reach to include especially the African markets. We welcome these sentiments because it's long overdue that South Africa and our province in particular concentrates on African markets rather than Western and European markets. Acting Speaker, ons is verontwaardig dat die munisipaliteit in Swellendam besluit het om 'n opkomende boer met amper 40 beeste van meengrond af te sit. Die boer, Louis September, het die grond vir byna 10 jaar gehuur. In die tydperk het hy sy kudde opgebou sodat dit die grootste onder Swellendam kleinboere is. Toe hy aansoek doen om die hernuwing van sy huurkontrak vir 'n verdere periode van 9 jaar 11 maande, was dit geweier. Met die toekenning van kontrakte het die Swellendam munisipaliteit roekeloos geraak. 'n Ander persoon wat nie eers 'n kontrak gehad het nie, sy beeste is intussen op meneer September se grond losgelaat. Sy slotte by die hek is stikkend geknip. Die DA beweer hulle is besig om voedselsekuriteit te besorg oor voedselsekuriteit, maar hier in Swellendam is hulle besig om voedselsekuriteit te vernietig. Meneer September se regte is heeltemal geskend. Is dit die landboubeleid van die DA om breinkleinboere in die Wes-Kaap heeltemal uit te roei, deur meneer September te dwing om sy kudde te verkoop? Want wat maak 'n persoon met 40 beeste as hy nie grond het nie? And so, Speaker, the name of Louis September is added to the name of Ivan Kluter. Some farmers are helped more than others. Through you, Speaker, the Honourable Marais must know that it is not emerging farmers who are failing as much as it is these old farmers who have been farming for generations in this country, who strangle out these emerging farmers out of business. There is a competition even in agriculture, but there are also monopolies and conglomerates in agriculture. Yes, whilst we praise and are proud of our farmers, we will also speak the truth. We are proud that the department reports that some emerging farmers are indeed become very successful commercial farmers. We are pleased to hear that the department is working with the Eastern Cape, Northern Cape and the national government in the fight against the swarm of locusts. The ANC takes courage from the MEC who recognizes that now is not to blame game, but that indeed we need to work across government spheres and provinces. Acting Speaker, the 2021 payroll says the following, and I quote, in 2020, agriculture and agri-processing together contributed 8% to the total economic activity and provided 10.4% of all employment opportunities in the province and 50% of national agricultural exports. The Western Cape contributes more than 90% of national exports of blueberries, bulk wine, pears, bottled wine and apples. Between 2016 and 2020, average annual export growth in the Western Cape was 1.2%. In 2020, export growth in the Western Cape contracted by 3.5%. The agricultural sector made the largest positive contribution to the export growth due to a blistering 42% growth rate in the same year. Quote end. Despite the drought and despite COVID-19, agriculture makes a huge contribution to our provincial economy and even the agricultural economy of this country. Yet, This budget makes no provision or does not give recognition to this contribution. The ANC supports the work done by the department, but budgets are about choices. You can make good choices, you can make bad choices. And Speaker, because of bad choices made by the political leadership, the ANC declines to support this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mara. I now recognize EFF, Member Kleko. Okay. Honorable member for EFF is not connected online, so we are going to move forward. I recognize Good Honorable Member August. Member August is not online also. For Good, I now recognize the Freedom Front Plus, Honorable Member Murray.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Ek gaan vir 'n ander Engels praat, die dia kan verstaan. Having personally witnessed the Honourable Minister Mayor this morning arriving on a tractor, and I awaited him there, and having personally been on an oversight visit to Genadendal and seen what Mr. Kluti, an emerging farmer, has successfully achieved with the help of the Department of Agriculture, and having read the report compiled by the Agri Committee after recent visits to the West Coast, I support this vote. I've come to the conclusion that a great success story of emerging previously disadvantaged farmers await this province, with the minister leading the onslaught against poverty, which is much needed, but also food security. But also wish to ask the minister, please ensure that sufficient bursaries are made available for students wishing to study at Elsenburg and other colleges like Cromerie. Market agriculture as the preferred study direction at technicons and colleges, so that previously disadvantaged students can stop just studying for BAs and IT and start studying agriculture. Give future aspiring farmers land where water resources is not a scarce commodity. Do not give the descendants of the Khoi and Drika barren semi-desert areas if you expect them to farm successfully. All the water in the Western Cape belonged to the Khoi in the past. So give them land with water, Minister, so that places like Amalstein and Vaikrau are not failures because there's no water. Engage commercial white farmers so that they don't employ cheap labor from Zimbabwe and other areas. Employ our people. I want you to take
Honorable Member, you'll have to wrap up the last sentence.
Ja, Minister, ek wil jou nog 'n compliment. I often hear that Zimbabweans are better qualified and hardworking. This is quite possibly true, but it also reflects negatively on our own quality of education here and our work ethic of our labor force.
Honorable Member, that was your last sentence.
Was that a good ending, Speaker?
Was a good ending. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Thank you very much, Honorable Murray. I now recognize Honorable Member Brinkes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. The Al Jamaa Party remains concerned that a mere 1% of agricultural land in the Western Cape belongs to black farmers. And the entire farming sector belongs to white farmers. Small farmers in the Western Cape have growing ambitions. But for many, this can only be a pipe dream. As black farmers, they battle with challenges of being excluded from the agribusiness daily. Although 55% of South Africa's fresh produce exports are from the Western Cape, black farmers still don't see any transformation in the sector. They are also ignored and denied access to financing in markets that the bigger farm producers have. The province has failed the emerging black farmers. There is no oversight in the support that small farmers should be receiving from stakeholders in the sector. The province has shown hypocrisy in its decision to ban horticultural products like fruits to Russia because of its invasion of Ukraine. This, even though the Western Cape attributes 88% of South Africa's exports to Russia, and the figure to Ukraine is much lower. This act of hypocrisy from the DA provincial government not only harms the Western Cape farmers, but the local economy too. In 2019, the research into the agricultural sector revealed a new wave of mass farm evictions in the province. Not all the evictions are labor-related matters, but a continuous drive by farmers to depossess black people from owning land. We call on the government to take drastic action against farm owners who illegally evict farm workers. In the Drakensberg municipality, an estimated 20,000 farm workers have faced evictions.
Honourable Member, last.
Al-Jamaa further calls for the various departments and stakeholders to conduct an oversight visit on the living and working conditions of farm workers and farm dwellers. Great hardships, conflict, and social instability are caused by illegal evictions. Municipalities also fail to provide adequate alternative shelters as prescribed by legislation to evict farm workers. Women who worked as individual farm workers are exploited and vulnerable to labor-related evictions. Thank you.
Honourable Member Brengase. That was not really honourable. And it was very much out of order, Honourable Member. I'm going to continue and recognize the DA. Honourable Member van der Westhuizen.
Speaker, my hand is up.
Oh, Honourable Member Maran, I recognize you. Sorry, Honourable Member van der Westhuizen.
Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order, Speaker, because you said the last sentence. And a sentence might be 100 words.
Honourable Member.
I'm just saying.
Honourable Member Maran, I'm hoping you are not doing the point of order against the presiding chair. Are you? Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Member van der Westhuizen, you may continue.
Honourable House Chairperson, Honourable Members, I rise to request your support for Vote 11 for the 2020-22-23 financial year. I believe I can rely on the support of this House because of the excellent track record of this department under Minister Meyer and its HOD, Dr. Mukhali Sebopetsa. Elsenburg, as many fondly refer to this department, is an entity that's been pushing agriculture forward. Agriculture is important because it produces food to feed the nation. It is also a major employer, particularly in the rural areas where unemployment is often rife. Primary and secondary agriculture employs more than 330,000 people, or more than 14% of employees in the Western Cape. In a country that has just seen the unemployment percentage exceed the feared 35%, due to the range of job-killing policies of the ANC, this is a significant figure that assists to push us forward. Agriculture is also pushing us forward in applied science. The advances in agriculture, mostly due to the clever application of knowledge and technology, is substantial. It is needed in order for South African agri producers to remain globally competitive. Unfortunately, many particularly in government, wrongly believe that traditional farming methods can always compete with modern commercial farming practices. We have seen the South African government taking a grim view of those outstanding and profitable commercial farmers that are able to push forward by buying additional land and service their debts from agricultural proceeds. It may, at first sight, seem logical to limit the size of the land that an individual or entity can own and to spread land ownership amongst all South Africans if possible. We should, however, keep two major realities in mind. Firstly, there is economics of scale, meaning in certain cases, bigger entities are more effective in pushing us forward. The second is that we should always try to produce quality food at the lowest possible price. We must never forget that there are millions of South Africans that benefit from the lowest prices possible for food. The priority should be on who can produce the best quality food at the lowest possible costs to South Africans. This approach does not exclude new entrants to farming. It does, however, mean that emerging farmers need a lot of support beyond just being handed a piece of land. No wonder a former Minister of Agriculture declared that only 10% of land reform cases at national level were successful. Keep in mind that this figure would have been much lower had it not been for the Western Cape's much greater success rate of 72%. The selection processes to identify the right beneficiaries of land reform to push us forward is a science in itself, a science that should take into account various factors, but which should not include the political affiliation or connections of beneficiaries that are unable to push us forward. The Provincial Department of Agriculture's budget cannot ignore or deny the potential effects of the war between Russia and Ukraine on the Western Cape's agricultural sector. In general, this will be driving all costs and prices upwards to the detriment of our consumers. It will also require us to source items such as fertilizer from new suppliers and to find new markets for our fruit exports. It will furthermore result in losses for our agri-producers and others involved in the export trade. I therefore find the ANC government's response to this war shocking, to say the least. If the ANC is not touched by the thousands of innocent lives lost in the Ukraine, if the opposition is not worried about the bombing of hospitals, at least they should be worried about the negative effects of rising food prices on poor South Africans. It doesn't seem to be the case. The Western Cape produces a variety of agricultural products. These range from various grains to livestock, citrus, deciduous fruit, nuts, leather, and meat. The ostrich industry, and particularly the export of ostrich meat, have been under severe pressure due to what is generally known as the bird flu. I therefore applaud the tangible support of Premier Windy and Minister Meyer to the ostrich industry. I believe that the recent showcasing and introduction of ostrich projects at Leeuwenhof to the International Diplomatic Corps will push this sector forward and open up new export markets for ostrich meat. This again illustrated the wide range of agricultural fields, often highly specialized fields, that the Department of Agriculture is required to support. Minister Meyer confirmed in a written reply to a parliamentary question that the continuous training of staff in order to stay abreast of the fast developing technologies and knowledge of food production is a major priority for the department. Early signs are that the drought in some regions of the Western Cape had abated somewhat. I want to remind members that the expectation is that it would require some 3 consecutive normal rainfall seasons for the veld to recover. While being grateful for the rain in many areas, other regions are in their 6th year of drought. Traditionally, drought relief was limited to fodder for livestock farmers. I was therefore delighted to recently learn that the department, through Hortgrow, donated young fruit trees to farmers in the Klein Karoo that lost whole orchards due to the drought. This is again an example of a department in touch with the needs of the industry and pushing agriculture forward. I wish I was able to convey to this House just how grateful those farmers were for the assistance. Let me now turn from commercial farming to the growing demand for support for urban farming. While this department is highly involved with the establishment of community food gardens, the keeping of livestock within urbanized areas is often problematic. These animals are often allowed to roam freely, causing damage to gardens, causing vehicle accidents, etc. Where kept in enclosures, the facilities are more often than not meeting the requirements set in municipal ordinances. It will therefore not come as a surprise that some of the highly contagious diseases, such as African swine fever, have emanated from these urban farming areas. Unfortunately, it seems as if only a limited number of our local governments still have pounds and the ability to safely move roaming animals to the pounds. While we are justifiably proud of how the Western Cape's agricultural sector is being pushed forward, we need to acknowledge that there are some risks, such as climate change, that are beyond our immediate control. The citrus and deciduous fruit industries have been blessed with good weather conditions over the last few years. It allowed the farmers in the Western Cape to produce more than half the agricultural exports of the country. Some risks, however, are caused by poor governance and poor management at national level. We've seen a collapse in our rail system. We've seen huge delays in our ports. Inappropriate COVID-19 regulations led to delays with repairs to essential equipment, problems with the availability of spares, etc. That our agricultural output was able to push forward despite this is a feather in the cap of the department and those that it serves. It was my privilege to recently attend the signing ceremony of a Memorandum of Understanding between the Agriculture Department of the Western Cape and the Department of Food and Agriculture of the state of California. What is of significance is what we have in common, such as our Mediterranean climates and the similarity in the agricultural products that we produce. We also share a dire need to manage droughts. California is also prone to wildfires, and we both have a desire to share our knowledge gained, also at tertiary level, in terms of climate change and climate-smart agricultural practices. I trust that members of this House will be able to show our support and push forward this agreement in the not-too-distant future. Elsenburg Agricultural Training Institute has been training and preparing students in a variety of fields linked to the needs of agriculture in the Western Cape. It is the oldest agricultural college in the country. The national government has indicated that it wants to snatch this institution from the Western Cape. Unfortunately, the National Department of Higher Education and Training has a poor track record. The National Student Financial Aid Scheme has repeatedly been put under administration, and NSFAS students are still waiting for this year's funding. The students owe the universities and colleges, they owe landlords, they are unable to buy textbooks or food. The late Minister Kader Asmal forced public TVET colleges to merge in the year 2000. The Department of Higher Education and Training is only now, 22 years later, implementing the staff establishment norms and standards required by this amalgamation. Who can trust a national department with such a poor track record? This department has also accepted that it has a role to play in addressing the failures of the South African Police Service in terms of rural safety. What a shame that officials who should be concentrating on promoting and servicing agriculture must now be concerned about rural safety plans. Turning to the upcoming financial year, the Agricultural Engineering Services sub-program is planning to complete 50 engineering support activities. The current construction work on the Brownfly feeder canal is an example of the groundbreaking work that these staff members are doing. Another project is a preparatory study on the Buffelsjaars Dam near Swellendam. It has the potential to turn extensive farming into intensive farming, pushing forward thousands of additional jobs and unlocking the full potential of the farms below the dam. It is also the staff of this sub-program that annually support the work of the Lower Olifants River Water Users Association with the much needed maintenance work on the very old canal system. This unit is also expected to study and comment on some 400 applications for the rezoning and subdivision of agricultural land. The Land Care sub-program is expected to render 720 technical services in promoting the sustainable use of our agricultural resources. Minister Meyer referred to the 20,000 hectares of agricultural land that will be rehabilitated. It is this sub-program that also manages disaster relief schemes, conduct awareness campaigns to reduce the risks of disasters, etc. This sub-program can expect to receive an additional 63 million for this important work. Another sub-program that is fortunate to see an increase in its budget is the Agricultural Producer Support and Development. This sub-program is pushing forward land reform farmers. The department is busy with the revitalization of extension and advisory services, with an emphasis to capacitate agricultural advisors, particularly in the field of climate-smart agricultural practices. The budget for agricultural producer support and development for this year will amount to 296.7 million rand. There is a concern over the hygiene control measures in a growing number of abattoirs. The program for veterinary services is pushing forward by ensuring the safety of meat produced in the province. The staff of this program are also mandated by the National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development to regulate the Performing Animals Protection Act. It is expected that they would be visiting and inspecting some 260 animal facilities all over the province. The budget allocation for veterinary services is 97.3 million. Another program that sets the Western Cape apart from other provinces is the Research and Technology Development Services. No other provincial department has shared its research findings on climate change, climate-smart agricultural practices as effectively as this program has. This included scientific publications, walks and talks, and even public radio stations. This department is, without doubt, the leading entity pushing forward the various benefits that the use of commercial drone technology combined with various accessories, including cameras or heat-sensitive sensors, hold. The work done to find new creative applications for drone technology, but also satellite images with various overlays, provides farmers with essential information. This includes pivotal information on water, soil analysis, and plant analysis. Also in this regard, the Western Cape is recognized for pushing forward. Farmers are full of praise for the Cape Farm Mapper initiative of the Western Cape Department of Agriculture. This service, which is open to all members of the public, inter alia give information on average minimum and maximum temperatures throughout the year for various regions. This has allowed farmers to push forward and to make informed decisions regarding the establishment of orchards with new fruit varieties. This department will also be developing a provincial framework for the implementation of the National Cannabis Master Plan, as Minister Meyer has referred to. This is a highly controversial development, with various lobby groups in support and opposing the cultivation of this product. Fortunately, the quality of the research of this department is recognized also by the private sector, which has been providing external funding for some of the research. And this program has therefore been allocated 136.6 million for the upcoming year. CACIDRA, the main implementing agent for various earmarked projects, such as the management of the 2 provincially owned farms in the Klein Karoo, can expect a revenue amounting to 35 million in the upcoming year. The drought in the Klein Karoo has illustrated just how challenging it can be to farm profitably in the face of adverse weather conditions. While the long-term prospect of transferring these farms to beneficiaries selected from the adjacent communities remains, we cannot expect the new owners to carry the kind of burden that the recent drought has caused. This department, as other provincial agricultural departments, is also the implementing agent for the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, generally known as CASP. 120 agricultural graduates were offered the opportunity to be part of a 2-year internship as part of this funding. It's a real pity that the transfers from the National Department are not keeping up with the increases in costs or the increasing number of emerging farmers that are in need of support. As Minister De Diza confirmed in an introductory statement in the annual performance plan of the Commission on the Restitution of Land Rights, which was issued last week, the failure of land reform can inter alia be ascribed to a lack of support of beneficiaries. Fortunately, in the Western Cape, the department has been pushing land reform beneficiaries forward. Honourable Speaker, again, I'm grateful to report that Honourable House Chair. Again, I'm grateful to report that the proposed budget for Vote 11 has enjoyed overwhelming support in the Standing Committee. Again, the ANC, as indicated previously in this debate, did not support the budget. Without forwarding any motivation or putting any alternatives on the table at that stage. I regret this negative response by the official opposition, and I therefore ask the House to also support the budget vote for Vote 11 Agriculture. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I'll now recognise Honourable Minister Mayor.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
1 minute, Minister, before you continue. Honourable Sayed, what's your point of order?
Chair, no, it's not a point of order. It's just to remind the members that the Honourable Deputy Speaker, Schaefer, is currently chairing the session. Thank you.
I guess they're very engrossed in their speeches. Yeah. Thank you very much, Honourable Sayed. Thank you. I now recognise Minister Mayor.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you to members who took part in this debate. Agbare lede, vandag vind 'n baie belangrike debat plaas in die nasionale vergadering. Daar is 'n mosie van wantroue in die kabinet van president Ramaphosa terwyl ons hier praat. Die meeste van die probleme wat ons in die Wes-Kaap ervaar is as gevolg van die onbekwaamheid, onbevoegdheid van ANC nasionale ministers. Suid-Afrika staan voor 'n kruispunt. Suid-Afrika moet die ANC nasionale ministers afdank. Vandag is die kans om die ministers van president Cyril Ramaphosa af te dank. Agbare adjunkspreker, ons praat al hoe lank van die nasionale regering en hulle probleme met die hawe hier in Kaapstad. Vrugte en landbouprodukte vrot nou al by die hawe as gevolg van onbekwaamheid, onbevoegdheid van die ANC nasionale ministers. Tyd vir praat is nou verby. Agbare Speaker and Deputy Speaker, I am now officially on the record of this House that I'm now encouraging farmers all over South Africa and producers, Mr. Pieter Marais, and I'm now asking all exporters in South Africa to sue the national government for loss of income due to the ANC's incompetence for managing the harbour. I do so, Madam Chair, out of a sheer desperation as ANC ministers simply fail our farmers, our producers, agri-workers and exporters. I am tired of talking. I'm tired of visiting the harbour. I'm tired of writing letters. I'm now asking the farmers, sue the government of South Africa and I will support you. But we can fix this problem today in South Africa, Madam Chair. We can vote them out in the National Assembly. There's currently a debate taking place in the National Assembly, a vote of no confidence in the cabinet in terms of Section 102 of the Constitution. There's a motion of no confidence in the cabinet, not in the president. We can fix the situation of agriculture by voting out the government in the National Assembly. That debate is taking place right now, and I want to thank the support of Al Jamaa in this regard.
Honourable Minister, if you can just take your seat. Honourable Nkondlu, honourable members, 1 minute. I have a point of order. Honourable Nkondlu, what's your point of order?
My point of order.
Just 1 minute.
My point of order. Is it parliamentary for the minister to really shout at us? We really have got sensitive eardrums. We can still hear him. He doesn't have to shout.
Honourable Nkondlu, that wasn't really shouting. Honestly, that wasn't very loud. Honourable Sayed, what's your point of order?
No, mine is not a point of order. It's a vote of thanks. I want to thank the Honourable Mayor for expressing his confidence and support in the president of the ANC,
Honourable,
President Cyril Ramaphosa.
Honourable
Thank you.
Member, that's not a point of order. Honourable members, can we give this space for the Minister to do his concluding remarks? You may proceed, Minister.
I will speak softer, but the message is the same. South Africa has a crisis, and that crisis for agriculture means I'm asking farmers to produce. Farmers are producing. They get technical advice from Dr. Sebo Petse and his able team. We have outstanding commodity organizations. We have Agri-Western Cape. We have Winpro. We have Hoortgrow. We have great farmers. We have commercial farmers. They are doing an outstanding job. And it is my job to support the industry, Grain South Africa, Agri-Western Cape, AFASA, all these commodity organizations and stakeholders. But today must go down in the history of South Africa as the day where we can fix the problems of agriculture in South Africa. Aljama, 80% of the problems that land on my desk are Eskom, National Department of Water Affairs, National Department responsible for the harbor. It's all the problems that I have on my desk comes from the national minister's total incompetence. It's a miracle that you can still get your salary. The incompetence of this government is completely unacceptable. But that problem, sir, you can help us to fix today by voting out the ANC ministers, the motion of no confidence in the cabinet. When you do that, my problems are solved.
Please take your seat. Thank you, Honourable Said.
Chair, on more than one occasion, in one sentence, the Honourable MEC is referring directly to the Honourable Brinkers. He must speak through you. Maybe he'll do that in the National Assembly if they win an election. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Said. Honourable Minister, get me.
My parents taught me never to be shy to apologize. To the Honourable Member, my humble apologies. Agbare junk speaker, ek is uiters bekommerd, soos u as 'n vorige minister van Landbou, oor die sprinkaanplaag in die Wes-Kaap, in die Oos-Kaap en in die Noord-Kaap. Die sprinkaanplaag is 'n ramp en ons boere het dringend hulp nodig. Die sprinkaanplaag is wyer as die Wes-Kaap, daarom het my departementshoof, Dr. Mogale Sebopetse, met sy 2 ewe knieë in die Oos-Kaap en in die Noord-Kaap vergader. Daarna het hy sy versoek gerig dat die 9 departementshoofde van landbou met die nasionale DG vergader ten einde die probleem oor die sprinkaanplaag te bespreek. Na gesprek het ons onmiddellik R5 miljoen beskikbaar gestel vir die bestryding van die sprinkaanplaag in die Wes-Kaap. Saam met my kollega die minister van plaaslike regering, minister Bredel, ons het vergader en ons het onmiddellik 'n noodsentrum geopen om daagliks die sprinkaanplaag te monitor. I want to thank Dr. Sebopetse for the leadership that he took, because he came to my office, he unpacked the problem, he told me what is the outcomes, he presented the plan and the monitoring techniques. And I want to thank him for his leadership, but not for the Western Cape, for South Africa, because he saw the big picture is not only affecting the Western Cape. Agbare junk speaker, ek is baie trots op die agri-werker van die jaar en sy is die geleentheid gebied om volgende week Duitsland en Nederland te besoek saam met ons landbouers. Sy is 'n agri-werker waar daar geleenthede aangryp om 'n sukses te maak in die landbousektor. Baie geluk aan Audrey September daar van Pakketberg in die Weskus. Agbare junk speaker, ek wil ook graag die premier Ellen Windy bedank wat in die vorige boekjaar landbouers, produsente en agri-werkers na sy amptswoning genooi het, Lewenhof, om die regering se dank en waardering te betoon en waardering uit te spreek oor hul bydrae tydens die pandemie. Meer onlangs het die regering die volstruisbedryf se produkte bemark onder buitelandse diplomate, ook by Leeuwenhof. Dankie aan Dr. Ilse Troutman en haar span, wat wonderlike werk gelewer het. Ek is ook dankbaar vir Dr. Chris, wat vandag ook hier in die huis is. My oogmerk is om meer volstruis, vleis en produkte vanuit die Wes-Kaap uit te voer. Ek wil meer werk skep vir ons burgers in die Wes-Kaap. Agbare Dink-Speaker, ek sien dat die speaker het ook so pas hierdie huis binnengekom. Hy is hier agter my. I'm making an appeal that next time when we have some lunch or dinner, that he will serve us some ostrich meat, because it's healthy and we want to live a healthy and long life. And it's delicious. I hear there's no budget, the industry will supply. And it is halal. Laastens, Dink-Speaker, oorlog in Oekraïne het groot implikasies vir Suid-Afrika. Rusland en Oekraïne is beide sleutelmarkte vir die Wes-Kaap se beide invoere as ook die uitvoere. In 2020 het die Wes-Kaap 3,3 miljard rand se landbouprodukte uitgevoer na Rusland. In 2020 het die Wes-Kaap 111 miljoen rand se landbouprodukte na Oekraïne uitgevoer. Die Wes-Kaap het in 2020 657 miljoen rand se landbouprodukte vanaf Rusland ingevoer. Die Wes-Kaap het in 2020 39 miljoen rand se produkte, veral sonneblomsaad en sonneblomolie vanaf Oekraïne ingevoer. Agbare lede, die oorlog in Oekraïne kom teen 'n prys vir alle Suid-Afrikaners. Kospryse gaan toeneem, voedselinflasie gaan toeneem, dit is reeds onder druk. Ek het die implikasies van die oorlog, agbare lede, die implikasies van die oorlog het ek onder die aandag gebring van die nasionale minister van Landbou. Haar antwoord was teleurstellend, van hulle begryp nie die ernstige implikasies vir dit nie. Maar, agbare Dink-Speaker, ek het niks anders verwag nie, van ek verstaan die geopolitieke landskap waarin die ANC tans verkeer. South Africa is again on the wrong side of the geopolitical landscape. The national government is silent on matters that matter. The late Archbishop Tutu said, and I quote, "If you are silent on matters of morality, then you are on the side of the oppressor." Putin is the oppressor and the ANC is supporting the oppressor. Putin is a war criminal and the ANC is supporting a war criminal. Today, he is in a bunker in Russia. Why is he in a bunker? He is in a bunker. He sent his children and his family already to another place to be in a bunker. Honorable Deputy Speaker,
Order, please, members. That's a little bit too loud.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, yes. War images of mothers, grandmothers, children fleeing their homes is a gross violation of international law. We together, as we sit here, and those who are online, we must always be on the side of justice, on peace and human rights. It is a shame that the South African government is not on the side of justice. Justice everywhere, peace everywhere, human rights everywhere. And so this government is silent. And Archbishop Tutu said, if you are silent on morality, you are on side of the oppressor. Honorable Deputy Speaker,
Order.
I want to conclude.
Order.
The Ceres area is an important agricultural region, and I am pleased that the government through the Department of Public Works have now prioritized the road between Ceres and Optieberg to Citrusdal. This is a significant agricultural route to go through the N7. And so I am pleased that this government have now prioritized the road between Ceres, Optieberg to Citrusdal. Stage 1 initiation and pre-feasibility will start on the 1st of April 2023, the total cost of a project over a longer period will be 160 million rand. I thank the Minister of Finance. I thank the Minister of Transport because I made a passionate plea at the MTech budget process. And so I am pleased that this work will now continue starting from next year. Honourable Member Marais, we, in the current financial year, we are now spending 24 million rand on bursaries, internships, as you requested. But Honourable Member Marais, I don't think this is enough. And so somebody phoned me during December, one evening, and she said they see the work that this government is doing. They want to make bursaries available. They phoned me during December after Christmas. And I said, listen here, you can't just give bursaries to us. Come and see us. So I invited the lady to come our graduation ceremony. I said, first see the product, first see my staff, first see the capability, then you make money available. And she came. And when they want to give the money, I said, no, we don't work like this. I want to see your business operations. So a month ago, I flew to Uppington and I met the biggest farmer in the whole of Uppington, commercial farmer, mega farmer, Piet Karsten, the Karsten Group. They are having offices in 20 different countries and different companies. So I said to them, now you saw my business. I saw your business. Let's do the deal. So they will now give us more bursaries to fund students studying agriculture as you requested. And I want to thank the Karstens farmers. And I told the boere there, I want you to name this bursary fund after the founding family member, Piet Karsten Bursary Fund. It's going to happen because they see what this government and my staff is capable of doing. And I'm thankful. I give them the honor for the work that they are doing. Honorable Marais, yes, I'm also concerned about these issues, the conditions, and Pat Maran also raised some of these issues, and that's why I will take up this matter of the fights between Zimbabweans and people from Lesotho, because it's a great concern. I don't want any instability in this sector. And so we will engage with them about this. But firstly, have proper engagement, understand what's the problem, develop the outcome, get the clear plan, and solve the crisis. But I also want to express, Honourable Chair, there were some other questions about foreign policy. I want to assure Honourable Member Maran, I read foreign policy every single day. I meet with diplomats every week. So I know something about foreign policy. Something that if he wants to come for some further information sharing, I'm happy that we can do that. And I will involve the Deputy Speaker and the Speaker in that regard. So that's one area I think I have some understanding, not a full picture. Honourable Member Maran also spoke about land reform. He knows that land reform success in this province, 72%. Honourable Member Maran also referred to commercial farmers. In fact, tomorrow night, we will be celebrating 50 commercial farmers who are successful of a project that started in 2016. So I think we are giving due recognition to the work of those commercial farmers. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I want to express my thanks and appreciation to the staff and the board of Casidra. They are doing an outstanding job. And I want to put on the record my thanks to all the staff. Agriculture cannot happen without farmers, agri-workers and producers. And I want to thank them for keeping the economy growing in the Western Cape. I want to thank Anton Kruger as well, because they are doing outstanding work. I also want to thank Hoodgrow, Honourable Member Marais. Last month, they invited me to a ceremony of a bursary fund. For the last 10 years, Hoodgrow and the producers supporting Hoodgrow, for the last 10 years, they made 43 million rand available for bursaries for students in this province. And I attended that ceremony at Stellenbosch. And many of those students who are recipients of that bursary fund are now studying at Elsenburg. So on average, 4.3 million rand from Hoortgrove. I want to thank Anton and the board of Hoortgrove for their great work. But I also want to thank all the farmers, the agri workers, and the producers. I want to thank all of them for keeping the economy growing in the Western Cape. I want to thank all the mayors for supporting agriculture, because agriculture happens in a geographical space under the leadership of mayors. To all my staff in the ministry, a big thank you to all. You are all great, fit for purpose. A big thank you to Mariki van Jaarsveld, the head of my ministry, my media officer, Daniel Johnson, and my private secretary, Samain de Vos, and the rest of my staff. Speaker, I've defended my budget recommendations in the Standing Committee under the leadership of the chairperson, Andrikus van der Westhuizen. I would like to express my thanks and appreciation to all the members of the Standing Committee and the committee clerk for keeping us accountable. The sharper your questions, the better we become. The poorer your quality of your questions, the poorer we become. So thank you for putting sharp questions to us during the Standing Committee under the leadership of Mr. van der Westhuizen. Honourable Chairperson, today the table grape industry distributed high-end quality grapes from our producers in the Cape Winelands. I want to thank the industry, in particularly Mr. Jaco de Tooit. Thank you also to Andrew Patterson, who shared some top quality apples that were distributed outside in the street, also for people, because the fruits of this labor must be enjoyed by the citizens on the street in this province. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it now gives me great pleasure to table in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Vote 11, Agriculture for 2022-2023 financial year, a budget of 969.218 million. This budget will be pushing forward. I thank you with our favorite hashtag for the love of agriculture. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That concludes the debate on Vote 11. I will ask just a few minutes to allow the officials to depart. Thank you very much before we begin the next vote. Right, I think we ready? We're just waiting for one or two people to come through. Thank you very much. Mr. Ndundemi, you will read the next order of the day.
Debate on Vote 2 of the Provincial Parliament, Western Cape Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much. I now recognise the Honourable Speaker Mkasela.
Madam Deputy Speaker, His Excellency the Premier of the Western Cape Province, as President of the Western Cape High Court and members of the Judiciary, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Cabinet Ministers of the Western Cape Government, honorable leaders of political parties, honorable members of the Provincial Parliament in the Western Cape, members of mayors of municipalities in the Western Cape, members of the Consular Corps, heads of Chapter 9 institutions and Chapter 10 institutions, the Provincial Police Commissioner, the Provincial Commissioner for Children in the Western Cape, the Provincial Police Ombudsman in the Western Cape, municipal speakers and councillors, members of the media, the people of the Western Cape, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is my singular honor and privilege to present the budget of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament for 2022-23 financial year. This budget is a product of a thorough budgetary planning process, both internally as well as with our very own provincial treasury. Although the outcome of the process is not always our complete satisfaction, it has to be stated upfront that the provincial treasury understands and appreciates our mandate as the provincial parliament. And I wish to thank our Honorable Minister of Finance and Team Finance for their continued support in this regard. We had extensive negotiations and consolations in our bid to arrive at a final product for this parliament. And of course, a budget is always a question of balancing within the limited resources. And myself and the accounting officer had this in mind as we continue to do this work. Our budget as Parliament has increased by just over 9 million rands from 217,708,000 rands, including a direct charge, to a sum of 226 million rands, 803,000. The WCPP baseline is supplemented with a 4.376 million rands, which certainly relates to the funding for cybersecurity, which the Western Cape Provincial Parliament is committed to ensuring that we roll out new technologies, Madam Deputy Speaker, to standardize processes, ensuring that our public participation and of course the work of the honorable members is enabled in ensuring that the performance of their duties and the tools of trade are properly empowered to perform these tasks. And 678,000 rands has been made available for this purpose in this additional budget. We are also, as Parliament, part of the Commonwealth family, and one of the responsibilities, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that at least once every 10 years, we've got the responsibility as the Provincial Parliament to host the Commonwealth Africa and all the South African, in fact, the South African parliaments, all the 9 legislatures, they have to rely on us at least once in every 10 years. So we will be hosting them in the Commonwealth Africa Region Conference, as well as in the SOCAT, which is the administration where they convene and sit and engage on matters that confronts us as parliaments. So this is something that we do at least once every 10 years, and we have been able to put aside an amount of over 3 million rands in this regard, and Treasury has been able to come to the fore in this regard. And also supplemented the budget for committees for 170,000 rands. The Western Cape Provincial Parliament is committed to continue providing procedural and related support to the House and our committees to conduct our business of lawmaking, effective oversight, and public participation. As Provincial Parliament, Madam Deputy Speaker, honorable members, we will also continue to ensure that not only do we do public participation, but it must be qualitative public participation. Enabling facilities for the honorable members of Parliament and financial support to political parties will continue so that honorable members and political parties have the appropriate resources and tools of trade to perform their constitutional obligations. This will be continually reviewed and assessed on an annual basis, and whenever a need arises, given the ever-changing world of work. That means, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need agility, but we need leadership. To achieve the above, the strategic imperatives for the Western Cape Provincial Parliament are, among others, to ensure that we reposition the Western Cape Provincial Parliament as a leading regional parliament that is in touch with all its people, and to position the ICT to be at the center of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament's transformation to a modern parliament of choice, and to further strengthen the ability for this parliament to make laws, effective laws, good laws, quality oversight over the affairs of the executive, and of course, public participation, quality public participation. So as the executive authority of this parliament, last year I convened a 2-day strategic review and planning session where the Deputy Speaker and I spoke with the senior management team with a view to reflecting on the progress made by the Western Cape Provincial Parliament in realizing the vision of the 6th administration and to identify priorities towards the end of the term. Specific objectives, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the session included, among others, to reflect on the key strategic issues impacting on the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, to review the performance in the executing of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament legislative mandate, and review progress in relation to the key commitments since the start of the 6th Parliament, and to identify emerging issues, including risks, and to identify critical imperatives towards the end of the term. The strategic overview of the factors impacting on the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, which we've identified, among others, include these salient matters, the issue of the impact of COVID-19, and the question, therefore, in how we responded as this parliament. So the COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on the manner in which the Western Cape Provincial Parliament has been able to execute its mandate. And in the core areas of oversight, lawmaking and public participation in particular, it further necessitated adjustments to both the business and operating models, including workplace policies, systems, and practices. The profoundly disruptive effects of COVID-19, whilst introducing a significant amount of risk to business continuity, a risk which we successfully mitigated, Madam Deputy Speaker. It has also exacerbated the shift towards our ICT enablement environment in line with our objectives to transition to a modern parliament. And of course, this has further elevated certain areas in our ICT in terms of risks, including the cybersecurity, data and personal information related risks. And of course, there's even much more legislation in this particular area of work. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know, and of course, the chair of POC, who also happens to be the chief whip of the majority party, chaired the COVID-19 response team, the committee that its mandate was simply to ensure that government does not simply administer the budget, but there are also checks and balances in that process. And I must say that it was this parliament that led in this area, and we're proud of that. Madam Deputy Speaker, we live in the VUCA world with immense levels of volatility and uncertainty, where as decision makers, we have no time, but we've got to make decisions fast and take tough decisions in extremely complex environment, defined by heightened levels of ambiguity And it has also hastened the need for a review of the extent to which existing capacity aligns to a modernization agenda that which we seek to achieve, which requires specific skills to thrive in the context of the fourth industrial revolution. Madam Deputy Speaker, this has also brought into question the appropriateness of the supporting infrastructure and facilities in the future world of work. Accelerated technological response and advancement included, among others, Madam Deputy Speaker, a necessity to re-examine our response in how we use technology. And look where we are now. We are all connected in this parliament in a hybrid session. And of course, we do so because there is competent enablers on our ICT environment based on the capacity to employ and reskill people who are willing to do this work and who are willing to put everything aside to support this parliament to do its work. Pursuant to this is the accelerated technological adoption and penetration in society, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's no way that we can work here alone and think that us being here, it is enough. We have got people out there who expect that members of parliament must be able to engage and interface with them on the real challenges that confronts them. But how do we do this if it is not through interactive and effective public participation tools and instruments? Whilst technology has been widely available, Madam Deputy Speaker, the reality is the gap is quite huge. The gap is quite huge between citizens and governance institutions and politicians. There remains a risk of marginalization due to limited access to data and technology. A key challenge for legislatures is thus to enable a free public access to data and thereby increasing the levels of participation and engagement of citizens in the work that we do as Parliament. So technological access has, however, increased access to information and awareness, and thus fundamentally challenged traditional notions of citizen engagement. Agility is the key. Continuously improving in the way of doing work is the only response in our area of public participation if we want to be taken seriously as Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, the further constraints to fiscal environment is that our global economy has seen a slowdown from 2019, with a further sharp contraction due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the future projections in this area. Despite some initial positivity due to the rollout of national vaccination programs and more people taking up the vaccines, we're still, however, very worried. And of course, the continued resurgence due to new variants, it further creates this uncertainty and instability. And to whether what is the nature, what is the future world of work, and what kind of society will this parliament be able to function in? And the bleak economic outlook is the one that confronts us if we look at the numbers. The pressure arises from in particular, the changing technological landscape, and how are we going to employ these instruments also for our own members? Is the instrument that I'm using still going to be fit for purpose for next year? I mean, I'm asking that question. Also, how are we going to ensure that as we continue to do our work, we are able to say to our constituencies, yes, we'll work from home if you work from home, but as a member of parliament, can you really work from home? And that is the reality as members that we find ourselves. And obviously, as the head of parliament, I have a responsibility with the honorable members here to make things work for this parliament. And obviously, Madam Deputy Speaker, which has been a serious matter, a lack of confidence in public institutions, which translates into a lack of confidence in us as legislators. And this legislature is not in any way an exception. and the lack of appreciation for the unique role that legislators play within a democracy. This I've picked up as I go around with the honorable members to talk about a new program in this parliament on public participation called Tetanat. You hear what people say and how some reservations that they have about those who govern and about those who claim to represent them and the extent to which they represent them. And that is a very serious defining moment for us as elected representatives. But this parliament has a huge role to play. And thanks to those honorable members who continue to support this program in doing so, because it enables parliament to be closer to the people. Madam Deputy Speaker, increasingly, we have seen a greater impact where the WCPP is viewed as a key role player in the promotion of good governance and deepening democracy. Our audit outcomes show this case. Clean audits after clean audits, at least they show something, that there is something that is happening that is very, very good here. That the money that we are given by the public purse, we use it on the expected outcomes. We are able to deliver on the deliverables that were promised in our strategic plans, APPs, and of course, in our budget. We do not spend what we do not have. I heard some ministers mentioning that, and that was quite impressive. And Madam Deputy Speaker, in light of the above, the following imperatives were identified to both respond to the changing landscape and address any possible shortcomings. The repositioning of the WCPP as a leading regional parliament in touch with all of its people. I've said this earlier. Also to place ICT at the center of the WCPP's transformative agenda of a modern parliament that we want to see. Strengthening lawmaking and oversight plus public participation. And the priorities to this end, Deputy Speaker, has been to also look at how do we keep Parliament effective and also continue to deliver the services within the limited resources. And how do we prioritize all our programs towards the MTF and be able to complete the full cycle. And this is obviously something that will require some serious reprioritization to begin to respond to the priorities with immediate effect. It will then again mean more substantial reprioritization to address all the critical areas over the next 2 financial years towards the end of this term. This would need to take the current Western Cape budget constraints and fiscal conditions into account and whether budgetary funding is sufficient to cover strategic priorities, as well as whether the Western Cape Provincial Parliament's ability to maintain its role of effective oversight within the province and public participation is indeed catered for. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have a great sense of gratitude and appreciation to the work of this Parliament led by the Secretary in the administration and the entire staff complement of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. The sterling support rendered to our members of Parliament in doing their work and making this Parliament an employer of choice. I am proud to be an employer who has such professional and very competent team of individuals who are able to ensure that in their performance that there's ongoing support and commitment, not only to members, but to the people of this province in the work that we do. We are nothing without our personnel, because through which we're able to succeed in the work that we do. And this does not go unnoticed. I want to say to everyone who works for this Parliament, your work is appreciated, not only within this institution, but in the sector as a whole. We have become trendsetters. We have become a Parliament that others want to learn from. And for that, let us continue to be exemplary in our way of work. That does not come cheap. It takes sweat and blood and sacrifice. I know the long hours that our staff members work, and at times taking calls at night from the honorable members just to get the job done. And for that, I want to say thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you, honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I now recognise Honourable Member Lecker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC cannot support this vote. 110 years ago, a group of African intellectuals gathered in Mangaung, 2 years after the founding of the Union of South Africa. The Reverend John Langalibalele Dube and Dr. Pixlika Isaka Seme, among others, gathered in order to advocate for and fight for the rights of all peoples of this country, especially the African majority. In founding the ANC in 1912, the organization I am proud to represent here today has existed for 2 years, short of the existence of South Africa as a country. The establishment of the ANC was a direct result of the establishment of South Africa, and therefore it is a legitimate question whether our country can survive without the ANC. South Africa as a country has known no other political organization that has lived as long as the ANC has. Yet this debate, this is a debate for another day. In 1955, 43 years after the founding of the ANC together with various other formations converged on Kliptown to declare, among others, the people shall govern. In the lead up to the Congress of the People, lawyers such as A.P. Muda, Anton Limbete, Nelson Mandela, Oliver Tambo, Duma Nokwe, among many others, played an integral role in the formation of the ANC's understanding of constitutional democracy. In fact, taking even a step back, Thembeka told me in his book, The Land is Ours, South Africa's Black Lawyers and the Birth of Constitutionalism, traces the work of South Africa's first Black lawyers who operated in the late 19th and early 20th century. In other words, long before CODESA and the writing of our Constitution, the ANC was steeped in the knowledge of a constitutional system that respected individual rights and freedoms.
Honourable Member Lecker,
Deputy Speaker.
If you could just take your seat, there's a point of order. Chief Whip, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on the rule of relevance. Is this a history lesson on the history of the ANC or vote to Provincial Parliament?
Yes, I was watching that. I'm hoping, Honourable Lecker, that you're moving directly to the vote because relevance does play in terms of Rule 40. Are you going to be continuing to move towards the relevant topic of today?
I'm definitely heading there, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, I'll be carefully watching. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A constitutional system that would respect the rule of law and that would hopefully use this rule of law as an instrument against injustice. One of the existential characteristics of the ANC was precisely its love of the law and how it found that apartheid system had actually used the law unjustly instead of pursuing justice. Deputy Speaker, I'm saying all of this and I provide this brief history lesson today precisely because there are among us who do not understand what Honorable Bartman will term the mandate of Parliament. Indeed, we must promote democracy. For sure, we must not keep quiet in the face of injustice. But democracy is not a free-for-all. Democracy is simply not freedom to do what you like. A constitutional democracy is based on the rule of law and the principle of separation of powers. A rule of law and a constitution which clearly states that foreign policy shall be determined by the national sphere of government. A rule of law and constitution which clearly states that foreign policy and relations with state shall be the prerogative of the executive at a national level. It is extremely disturbing when the Speaker suggests that because of agreements with other countries, the legislature can therefore not turn a blind eye of what is happening in Ukraine. The Speaker and this legislature must hold the executive of this province to account and not join the executive. The Speaker and this legislature are not a wing of the executive in this province. It must not get involved with what this provincial government does when it breaks the law in violation of the Constitution of the Republic and the Constitution of this province. This legislature should have called the Premier and his cabinet to account for pursuing a DA foreign policy. Instead, he had to see our building, yes, this is a legislature too, being lit up in the colors of the flag of a foreign country. Even worse still, we hear that this was not paid for by the legislature. Then who paid for it? The debate on Palestine sponsored by last year by Al-Jamaa would also have cost this House nothing. The public engagement program of this legislature explains to us that they will soon be rolling out a social media campaign to ensure involvement by the public in budget processes, lawmaking processes, and oversight. However, maybe they would first want to stop at the Speaker's office and teach him how to use WhatsApp. The lighting up of the legislature building could have easily been discussed in a WhatsApp group, as urgent as it was. A WhatsApp group representing all the parties in this legislature. The Speaker does not need to first call a Speaker's consultative forum. In that WhatsApp group, the Speaker would have realized the majority of the parties represented in this House would not have agreed with him. Former Justice Mogoeng was taken to task by the Judicial Conduct Committee for engaging in political controversy. The former justice had to learn about the separation of powers. It is simply not the constitutional prerogative of the judiciary nor the legislature to get involved with foreign policy matters, let alone a provincial government. This House and its leadership must learn about the separation of powers and the rule of law, because our very democracy, a democracy advocated by the ANC in its 110-year history, depends on it. Deputy Speaker, while the leadership of this House does not understand separation of powers, they budget for overseas trips for the Secretary, while the budget of committees is dire. The Honorable Bartman is correct. Committees are the engine room of Parliament. While the budget of the offices of the Speaker and Secretary increased by over a third each, we are told that it is because budget cuts that the committee's budget is cut. The ANC has raised before and will raise it again. It can't be that a non-core function or program is taking the most money. Even the worse still, it can't be that most money goes to program 1, which is leadership and administration. The core function of this legislature are programs 2, 3, and 4. How is it possible that we are struggling in these 3 programs, but the leadership of the legislature is getting the most of the pie? In fact, even the increase of program 1, which is administration in the budget, 6% is more than the others. We read that the increase is largely due to increase in personnel and COE costs. So a bloated administration but staff in membership support are being stretched. Members' support, in which is critical, is not even increased by 1%, it is less than 1%. Again, the Honorable Wenger and Honorable Bartman, who hypocritically supported the budget today, pointed out in the Oversight Committee that budgeting is about priorities, and the priorities in this budget is simply not right. Indeed, this budget, which sees a budget increase priorities overseas trips, legal expertise, and the 7th Parliament, while our committees and the core functions of this legislature is neglected. The ANC will soon be writing to the Secretary's office to inquire whether members are entitled to using legal services for legislature work that is not receiving an increase in budget. The ANC continues to lament to severe pressure that WCPP staff must work under. We criticize the advert of this budget because being advertised the Friday before Monday when the budget speech was made and the deadline being that on Monday afternoon. Staff in programs 2, 3, and 4 are overworked in legislature. The ANC must continuously do the dirty work of the DA by complaining about issues that some DA members of this House are too afraid to complain about. We must complain about the slowness of the Department of Transport and Public Works and how they neglect the maintenance of this building because the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, or in fact DA Wipari, do not have the courage to speak against the MEC and his department. Deputy Speaker, the ANC up until now remains unconvinced that taking the SOPA to the people is worth the money that is being spent. SOPA outside of Wall Street is becoming a DA roadshow. Since Mitchell's Plain, when the first SOPA was held in our communities, the ANC has demanded that our communities are involved, that time is set aside for us, both in the executive and in the legislature, to listen to our people. Taking Parliament to the people rings hollow when the people cannot even access us. In Veldrift, when nearly $500,000 was spent on SOPA, the public gallery was filled with DA accolades when the Premier spoke. The hall in Northwood was much larger than could have been accommodated far more people, but the town was chosen because the DA did not want to face the reality of our people's living condition. Indeed, the library was opened in Northwood, but in typical apartheid style, it was a message of, look what we do for you, but you don't deserve to be listened to. We are told that Veldrift itself, 444,000 was spent, and conveniently 373,000 was spent in the district. This shows what a cheap show taking Parliament to small towns are. Why was the extra money not spent in Veldrift itself, but instead we had to drive to the already economic hub of Saldanha Bay? The ANC claims the victory of the digitalization of Hansard, but says that more can be done. We therefore welcome the 81% budget increase made to the services. Deputy Speaker, this Parliament must come back to basis, leave these international associations or trips and budgets for committees, respect the rule of law and the Constitution, and leave foreign policy to national government. The ANC, after its founding and as a resolution of Mangaung in 1912, sent its first delegation to the then King of England. We have been doing foreign policy since our establishment. At one stage, when Honorable Mare was serving in that apartheid tricameral system, the ANC had more foreign representation than the Honorable Mare's government did in foreign countries. In fact, President O.R. Tambo was hosted as a head of state and red carpets were rolled out for him at airports while the apartheid regime was the skunk of this world. leave foreign policy to the ANC national government. We cannot support this vote. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I now recognize Honourable Murray. You're online? No, not here. No, I will continue. I now recognize Honourable Brinkhays.
Thank you, Speaker. We have no declaration.
Thank you very much. I now move over to Honourable Wenger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape Provincial Parliament receives an amount of 176.5 million rand, excluding the direct charge for member salaries, to be appropriated in the 2022-23 financial year. This represents a 4% increase from the previous financial year.
Honourable Wenger, can you just take a seat for a moment, please? Honourable Murray. If Honourable Wenger would be accommodating, if she's okay with that, then you may continue. But I think you owe her on that matter. You may begin, Honourable Mayor. Thank you very much, Chief Whip, for just waiting for a second.
Deputy Speaker, I listened to the
Honourable Member, just make sure your microphone's on for the record. You may begin.
will the time be added to the... Okay. Speaker, your strive towards quality public participation on issues like performance of our mandate, identifying risks, discussing the impact of COVID-19, oversight functions, adjustments to policies. These are noble things to pursue. You like a beacon of hope, a lighthouse for sailors that's drowning, because we are drowning in this country. Parliament's image has been destroyed at national level, and we are living in the shadow of Big Brother who has no image. You must pull us out of that identity. We're also just a parliament that could possibly be corrupt and that have incompetent people. National Parliament is no example to follow. I heard members here talking about their ministers. That's no example to follow. We must reposition a Western Cape Parliament, and you have my full backing on that. We don't even get coverage on television. They will, any time when a minister says anything, no matter how stupid, he gets a whole hour on TV to explain his stupid policies. If he's national, we don't get that coverage, and it's time that we insist that we in the Western Cape want coverage of our sessions too, not only television but in the media. I've been with you to two Tatanati. Okay. Tatanati in Bellville South and Mitchell's Plain, and the people loved it. We introduced ourselves to them and says, this is who we are, and this is how we do things. No national minister can go there and say, this is who we are and this is how we do things, because then we will find out more secrets.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Your time is up.
See there, I mean, I should never have gone out to speak.
No. Thank you very much for your time. And Chief Whip, thank you for your indulgence. I now recognise the Honourable Chief Whip Wenger.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. No problem whatsoever. Should I start again or all right?
Again for the record.
Continue. Okay.
You start from the beginning.
All right. The Western Cape Provincial Parliament receives an amount of 176.5 million rand, excluding the direct charge for member salaries, to be appropriated in the 2022-23 financial year. This represents a 4% increase on the previous year, and estimates rise to 190 million in the MTEF. Deputy Speaker, this is an important budget because Parliament is important. The world over, Parliaments exist to represent the people of their nation or their region. They exist to give life to the concept of government by the people. As public representatives, we bring the views of our constituents to this House and to decision-making. Parliament ensures representative democracy, and it rests between the executive and the judiciary, making laws and overseeing the executive. And debates such as the ones that we have been engaged in over the last 3 days, battling out the budgets allocated in service of our citizens, debates on policy, debates on laws. These are the ways in which this House serves to be the platform to discuss relevant and important issues of the day in the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, we are also scrutineers. By overseeing the policies and work of government, we check that our citizens receive the very best service delivery and that government finances and spending are spent in a proper way and are not wasteful. And this includes the spending on Parliament itself, which is the topic of this very debate. In order to perform these functions, House sittings, oversight, lawmaking for the WCPP is set to receive 23.8 million rand in the upcoming financial year in the Parliamentary Support Services Programme. Another crucial pillar of Parliament is to facilitate public participation. Meaningful public participation in our draft laws, meaningful public participation in the rights that are afforded by promulgated laws. And this also necessitates public education on our legal framework and public participation with the aim of helping us as representatives to understand how service delivery or lack of service delivery affects you, the resident. With this aim, the public engagement program is set to receive 59.5 million rand. Oversight, lawmaking, and public participation are the pillars of this institution, and indeed of any parliament. These three pillars rest on a firm foundation of standing committees. The standing committees perform all three of these functions. If this foundation is not dug deep enough and doesn't get the best quality cement, it doesn't matter how tall or how modern the skyscraper is, it will begin to crack and crumble in high winds and when the earth starts to move. These committees do such important work. For example, the world-class workshop of the Budget Committee on Money Bill amendments. For example, in the last month, our standing committees have debated and adopted the report through public participation on the Temporary Employer-Employee Relief Fund. The Social Development Committee had an unannounced visit to a school for children living with disabilities in the Stellenbosch District Municipality. The Environmental Affairs Committee had an unannounced delved into waste management, including the sorting of waste, energy from waste, recycling options, as well as costs and future opportunities. Or the Human Settlements upcoming visit to the Langebag municipality to understand how structural rectification and the handover title deeds and beneficiaries will be managed. Or the Health Committee's commitment to TB, or the Community Safety Committee's visits to police stations where most of our crime occurs and where the vacancy rates are in excess of 12%. Or the work of the Ad Hoc Committee, or the Committee on Premier and Constitutional Development, Local Government, Agriculture, Cultural Affairs and Sports, and so on. This is the work that these engine rooms perform, across party lines, where members of all parties represented in this House work together to get the work done in the interests of Western Cape residents. While in the House, our debates are the battle of ideas, where our ideological and policy differences clash and are robustly debated. But the standing committees are the centre of activity of much of Parliament's work. And in these committees, political party representatives cooperate and they collaborate. And they travel to the furthest towns, cities and dorpies of this magnificent province. We understand that in tough economic times, there are many competing priorities that need funding from this budget. There will always be some give and some take. But oversight, lawmaking, and public participation are not simple priorities. They are the very core, the profound foundation of everything that this Parliament is established to achieve. This is in part why the WCPP has reprioritized to ensure strategic partnerships that will allow it to achieve more with limited resources. At the same time, this Parliament has been hard at work to digitize and move our work and our papers online. And this is more than just a commitment to modernization. It is a commitment to using the opportunities created by the fourth industrial revolution to make our work more accessible and more transparent. Now, a resident can make an oral submission using WhatsApp. Now, anyone can join the YouTube link and see how we are representing them. Similarly, any resident can now access parliamentary questions, papers, and replies online. Part of the 78 million rand in Programme 1 goes directly towards this aim. And finally, the structure to support members in their constitutional obligations in service of the people that we represent is set to receive 50.3 million rand. The functions of Parliament are essential to the functioning of our democracy in the Western Cape. Without a democratic institution to fulfill these important functions and represent the people, the government could not be held accountable, and democracy would be without a vital check and balance, and there would not be proper public representation. I'd just like to respond to Honourable Lecker. I'd like to say that the Western Cape is not a regional office of the national government. It is elected by the people of the Western Cape with its own policies and its own manifesto, and that is vastly different from the national government. If engaging in international relations is illegal, according to her, I have no doubt she will then report the Premier of Gauteng Province, who in his strategic objectives has stated fostering strong international relationships as one of their key priorities. Also, if she was so opposed to the budget, yet she couldn't be bothered to attend the Parliamentary Oversight Committee to come and note the ANC's objections to this budget. So, in conclusion, I would like to thank the very able members of the WCPP staff under the leadership of the Secretary and the Speakership. It is thanks to you that this institution works, and it works well. Thank you very much. I'd also like to thank the procedural officers of the Parliamentary Oversight Committee, which oversees this executive authority of the WCPP. For the reasons I have stated, the DA supports vote 2, the Provincial Parliament.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip Wenger. I now call on Honourable Speaker Mkasela.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I always try to be circumspect of what I engage on, but of course how I engage. And that is primarily because I want to keep my office as an office that is impartial, as an office that supports all political parties in this parliament, but of course as an office that is responsible for the decorum of the institution. But I will not be silent, Madam Deputy Speaker, when a member of this House relegates a senior office of an office of the Speaker who is a politician, one, and secondly, who is an executive authority of an institution like this Parliament. It's good to be nice, Deputy Speaker, but in being nice, it does not mean you must be naive and be useless. So what I have done over the years, over the past 3 years, is to ensure that we work together as a collective. But I don't want to be useless. I want to be useful to this institution and everybody who sees this place as a place of hope. Having listened to Honorable Leke, Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot help but to feel embarrassed that a chief whip of this parliament, it doesn't matter which side you sit on, but to lead members of parliament. She's a member of this committee of the POC led by Honorable Wenger. Yes, you may have differences of opinion on matters, but not to relegate an institution that she knows the role of the office of the Speaker and compare it to some Chief Justice somewhere. A parliament
1 minute,
is the place
Speaker.
to make
Honourable
laws.
Speaker, if you can just take your seat. Honourable Said, what's your point of order?
Honourable Deputy Speaker, is it in order for the Honourable Speaker to describe another member as useless?
Honourable Speaker, did you use the word useless?
Madam Deputy Speaker, not only will I never utter such words, but what I would like to say is that I did not say that.
I thought not.
Unless the member was sitting somewhere, because he is here with us.
All right, thank you, Honourable Speaker. So, Honourable Syed, what I'll do is I'll check. The Speaker said he hasn't. I didn't hear it, but I will check, double check in the Hansard, and we can always revert to the next sitting. Thank you very much, Honourable Syed. Over to you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I respect all members of this House, as disagreeable as I may be on issues, but I will not be disagreeable to the individual and the dignity and the decorum of a member. So to the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC, he will come to say sorry to the Deputy Speaker and to the Speaker ultimately for having misheard me. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What I am saying, which I will finish what I'm saying, is that I felt embarrassed sitting here as the Speaker. And of course, what embarrasses me is that the honourable member that spoke is the Chief Whip of the majority party, and I consult them on many issues that affects this parliament. I consulted nobody on this one. I took an executive decision, but I invited everybody. There was no secrecy. Let me tell you why I did what I did on Ukraine. And on this war in particular. We are a constitutional democracy, and this parliament is founded on the basis of us being a constitution under Act 108 of 1996. We even have our own provincial constitution that supplements that, which is not distinct in feature, but it complements that responsibility. So there is no way that as the Speaker, I will keep quiet in the wake of adversity, in the wake of human rights abuses, and in the wake of injustice and non-democratic and anti-democratic behavior, and especially when it affects women and children. And we have seen what has happened in Ukraine. And my responsibility in 2022, I was not here in other 2020 something. I'm here now as the Speaker. A war starts in not so distant from where we are. Any war that starts will affect you. And if you choose to be neutral and be a coward, which I am not, then the responsibility will then be shame on you. Because your grandchildren and their grandchildren will never forgive you for having been quiet, given such responsibility to lead them in this age and time. So we cannot create moral equivalence and say, why didn't you do this there? Why didn't you do that there? Why don't you act decisively as an authority right now? That's what I did. I acted. Now, again, on the issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, of SOPA, I hear now for the first time, I've never heard it before, that the ANC does not want SOPA to be out in the communities anymore. The ANC says, we do not want Parliament to go to the people. It's embarrassing. Again, another embarrassment. And I hope and I pray that she was not speaking for the ANC. And I just pray. Because if she was, that would be a huge indictment in what we're trying to build as this institution. Because we've been working together in every SOP, I work together, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the Deputy Chief Whip sitting over the other side will agree. And the members were connected virtually. Whenever there's SOPA program, Every year we come together, we sit, even when we started this program. And I must say that we will never not go to the communities because somebody objects to it. Because we are here because people have elected us to represent them. In fact, they are our employers. We owe it to them, at least that much, to go to them. We should not be scared to go to our people, because this parliament is not for those who are elected. It is for those who cannot have their voices heard in this institution. But how do we do that? That's why there's Chetanati, there's SOPA out to communities, and it's not a panacea by any means. It's not a silver bullet, but it does go a long way to addressing some of the shortcomings. And I do hope that I had incorrectly the chief whip of the opposition, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope she didn't mean what she said, but I don't think she spoke for all the ANC members in this parliament. Furthermore, on the issue of international relations.
Honourable Speaker, will you just take your seat, please? Honourable Lecker, what's your point of order?
The point of order. Am I audible, Deputy Speaker?
You're audible.
Thank you. My point of order is on the Speaker misleading the House by not correctly outlining what I said, but rather his own analysis, because I never said the ANC does not support taking Parliament out of.
Thank you, Honourable Lecker. That isn't a point of order. The Speaker may continue.
But it's misleading the House, Deputy Speaker.
Then maybe you can, in your motion, in a future motion, correct him. That would be all right. But in the reply here, we can't have a debate on the substance of the Speaker's comments in his final remarks. So unfortunately, I can't allow that to be debated because I would not be able to verify or referee that comment.
May I ask you to listen to the Hansard Speaker, Deputy Speaker?
Honourable Lecker, I can listen to the Hansard, but I wouldn't be able to judge on misleading the House. Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll listen to the Hansard and I'll revert back to you in the next sitting. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
You may proceed, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I proceed, I would like to further reiterate our commitment to work with the Diplomatic Corps and the Consular Corps. We have a responsibility to build a much better world than the one we found. It has never been so desperate and more pressing and more urgent that we do so. And that is why our commitment continues to be that of building the Western Cape that is part of the global community. In 2019, when I was elected here as the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, we took a decision to put together a strategic approach on the international relations and how this parliament should position itself in this area of work. We've always been part of the community, but we said we'll actually take it a step further by even refining our policy position on international relations and how we should work. So to be sitting here, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Speaker, I apologise for interrupting you in the middle of your sentence, but there is a point of order. Apologies. Honourable Moran, what's your point of order?
Speaker, thanks very much, Speaker. Speaker, is it parliamentary for the Speaker to say that those who have taken a neutral stance in the Ukraine conflict with Russia, those who have taken a neutral stance is cowards? Is it parliamentary for the Speaker to say that we are cowards, we have taken a neutral stance?
Honourable Moran, I'm very careful to limit freedom of speech. You know, when things get a bit derogatory, I fully understand, but that I don't want to, because one day you may want to use that word and then we are in a situation where we can't even open up our mouths because everything we say is unparliamentary. Can I apply my mind on this matter, please, Honourable Moran? I'll tell you what, again, for the sake of the smoothness of this vote, I will apply my mind and come back to you. But for now, I would like the Speaker to continue.
Thanks very much,
I
Speaker.
really don't want a big debate breaking out at the end of a very long budget session over 3 days. So I am going to be accommodating and allow the speaker to continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will not expand on that question. I will continue with what I was talking about. So our responsibility as this parliament is that we will work closely with the international community. Yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, have been very active in this space, and you know what it means for our parliament. Our members of parliament do not have all the skill set they need to function efficiently and to function effectively. So is our staff. So we continue to improve in this area because we want to have the best machinery, both on the political front and also on the administration part. And we tap into the resource that is available there. That is why we continue to send members to conferences, but also to attend trainings, training opportunities that are available in the space. This South African government, nationally, as part of the legislative sector, we have taken a decision to go and renegotiate with the European Union. The former speaker will tell you, we've been trained by Europeans. They've been paying for our money to go to school. I'm one of those who's studied. I'm doing my master's program, paid for by the European Union in South Africa through the legislative sector. That means we cannot divorce ourselves from the global community. Yes, we must be able to condemn and call each other when we are wrong. And that is why it is important, if you love me so much, tell me when I'm wrong. You can't use the brother, sister and say, because you are brothers, even if you are wrong, it's okay. It's like standing and watching someone kicking his wife and the teeth out. And you say, no, he's my friend. That's not a friend. That's not a friend. So our responsibility, we must be genuine friends, honorable friends, good friends that believe in justice and human rights. And that's why we do what we do. Let me move on quickly, Madam Deputy Speaker, and say that Honorable Marais Akbar Marais, ek is baie dankbaar, meneer. Ek is baie dankbaar. You have said everything that I would have otherwise said about a number of things, but in particular, this parliament. It is a beacon of hope. You've said it. It is a frontier of those who cannot speak for themselves, but also it's a place where people are beginning to see what parliament should do. And thank you for your words of wisdom and support in this regard, and obviously for supporting Tetanati as you have yourself, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Marais indicated he's been to many. You saw him when you also attended Tetanati program. Finally, to the Chief Whip and the chair of this committee, I want to say that we've had a number of extensive engagements on the issues of budget, and the chair of the committee is correct. We need really to put much more resource in this area. I mean, now it's sitting at 1.9 million rands. If you take the rollover that we're putting into this, because currently it's 1,025,000 rands. 1,025,000 rands. And we want to top up, and we're sitting at about 1.9 million rands. And that is because of some of the spending patterns over the years. And some of which happened during COVID-19, where 20% where you'll have some, in some cases, 20% being sent back, Chair, through you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In some cases, 30% being sent back to the fiscus. But all of these are the mechanics of the COVID-19, among others. But because when we work in the environment of budgeting, we get monitored. If we don't spend, we get a question of why should we give you more money as Parliament? Forgetting that a sub-program that does not spend all of its money does have in some cases reasons that are substantive as to why. Like in this case, it was COVID-19. But to Treasury, it would mean something else in terms of budgeting and how they allocate resources to the institutions, which affects our baseline and increases. So we then had to, as this parliament, myself as an executive authority, I take full responsibility for this. And the accounting officer has to take that same responsibility to say, do we continue putting more money and then there's nothing that, I mean, and then there's again under expenditure, but then Treasury says we can't give you money. So what I then said to the secretary is that, no, we can't rely on just the rollover, but let us look in total. How do we involve the chairpersons of committees, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the draft budget processes? Because this is a scientific way of doing things. Budget is not just, me liking more money, then I go. I mean, the Minister of Social Development, I had speak earlier as a banker, saying you can't spend what you don't have, but also you budget based on how you're going to spend. COVID-19 has affected the budget of committees and how that budget gets to be appropriated. So that is the elephant in the room. And we should not be bickering about this, but accept that that is the elephant in the room. And to resolve that very issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, my responsibility was to say that the Madam Deputy Speaker is the chair of chairs and the chairpersons of committee must continuously engage and advise the administration of the key priority areas in the planning going forward, so that you say in this year, this is what we want to do in this month, and this is what we intend to do as we plan. But there's no excuse. Committees can only function optimally if there's enough budget towards it. It will never be enough, but we need to keep supporting and putting more and more oil so that we are able to start the engine. I think that the chair of the committee mentioned here that standing committee is the engine of parliament. It's a fact. I was a chair myself, and the Madam Deputy Speaker was also the chairperson of a committee, so we know what this means. But we need to work better together and plan the road ahead in how we can. At least now we're still in the COVID years. We don't know what the future brings, but we do know where we are. I mentioned the VUCA world. I mentioned some tough decisions that we have to make within the limited resources, but that includes taking the committees with us. We don't want them to feel like a stepchild. They can never be a stepchild. They are, in fact, a very important partner in what we do. Also, budgeting for international relations trips. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need to, because the budget as it stands includes that as well. So we don't have something else that is somewhere to take care of the international relations trip. It is part of this budget. So when one reads the budget, you must know, if you spend 20 rands to buy milk, instead of buying one for 10 rands, then that is the reality. You're gonna have a situation where you can't spend on bread. So those are the technicalities that we need to work with, notwithstanding the fact that it is not enough what has been appropriated, and we'll continue to augment that through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, in response to the chairperson of the committee. And again, to appreciate the support of the committee, led by the Honorable Wenger as the chairperson, and all the other work that she does for this parliament. I mean, the COVID-19 committee that she led successfully, which has made this parliament one of the best and a shining example in the world, not only here. I was asked to go to Tanzania through Madam Deputy Speaker, Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC. I was supposed to be there now to represent this parliament, not myself, not the DA, this parliament, all of us, on how we have done what we've done during this crisis and this pandemic. And that is because of the cooperation that we have seen in this parliament, where we can sit here and I'm speaking. Members are connected virtually, but they are quiet, listening and participating, following the rules. You have not seen chaos in some other parliaments. So the world wants to hear, how do we do what we do? Despite the disagreements from time to time, we've seen some of them during the debates, but we continue to do our work and respect the processes and respect the decorum of this house. So for that, I thank the chairperson of the committee, and I thank all the honorable members of the standing committee for their support. Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank you for your wise counsel and ongoing support. Yes, as a Deputy Speaker, there may be areas where you say, I want to prioritize that, I want that, but the reality is we are able to pull through and work as a collective in representing this institution. And I've seen it, and I want to thank you very much for that, Madam Deputy Speaker. And say to the Secretary, Mr. Romeo Adams, it's not easy to lead in an environment where you've got 7 political parties. They all have different interests at times. But when you lead as an administration and you lead professionally and you are impartial, following our values, with the senior management team, the CFO, and all the other directors, you are able to see a ship that is stable. And this parliament has been. So thank you very much for your support and leadership. Twanini, to the head of my office, Sbeo, Mia, and Gozito Diable, for your support and leading the office of the Speaker. Thank you very much. We appreciate the support, myself and the Deputy Speaker. And this is where I come to an end, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say that this budget vote 2 of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament is a budget that will not only be able to make just and good laws, but it will ensure that we involve our people in how we make decisions and ensure that we have a very strong parliament that is able to do quality oversight over the affairs of the executive. A strong parliament is a strong government. If we are weak as parliament, the executive led by the Premier will be very weak, and you'll see the collapse in our democratic structures. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. That concludes the debate on vote 2. Thank you. The officials, I will just give some time to leave the area. I'll just start and then you can. Thank you very much. Ms. Nduneni, would you please read the 6th order of the day?
Correction of votes and schedules, Western Cape Appropriation Bills.
Thank you. I've been informed by the Chief Whip that the Programming Authority resolved that there would be no lists of speakers, but that parties who wish to do a declaration on all votes and the schedule now be afforded an opportunity to make such a declaration for a maximum of 3 minutes. I will now afford the parties an opportunity to make their declarations. I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC declines to support this appropriation bill. Double standards of this DA government, grandstanding by MEC Fernandez, then listen to vitriol of Blue Spider-Man MEC Simmers. DA MPLs who don't know if they are legislature or executive to a point of responding directly as deputy MECs. We need a workshop on separation of powers here, or surely DA voters and public are getting a raw deal. Budget debates are fraught on playing the person than the ball with stinking blue mentality of supremacy that is highly unparliamentary, but also a sign of weakness in arguments. Words start to lose value when action do not match by anonymous. Outburst on Russia, Ukraine, where have you been and what is driving this sudden wake up from the blue train whilst global atrocities has been muted against many children and citizens of the world, and this DA has been mum and cut the Russian nose to spite Western Cape wine producers, as Honorable Maran has raised here. What is your stance then as this DA government implied to Mr. Malcolm Green, a black company, Larry Mal Wines, Lerato Wine Brands, who through DTIC in 2020 traded trade show was excited about the market opportunity to expand their footprint. Ridal Jefdag of Koopmanskloof Wines in Stellenbosch from 2016 through DTIC signed a multi-million rand deal to ship about 60,000 bottles of their wine, just to name a few. So the DA must not throw ideological jabs using this budget debate and this parliament, but must open a debate in this house on the Ukraine-Russia. And ensure that when MEC Meinier made remarks and quote Tutu, he must late Bishop Tutu, he must not quote him outside of context about us being on the side of justice, peace, and human rights. Because the DA, this he said when he was returning from Palestine and after his observations there, something that the DA is refusing as a discussion in this particular house. Anikwazi ke ukuthetha kuba nisondele enxebeni. Firstly, we must once again register our serious concerns about how this budget was firstly delayed and then rushed through. We cannot be doing to the people of the Western Cape justice, and we cannot be exhausting our constitutional mandate as this provincial legislature by budgeting.
Order, members. You may proceed, Honourable Member.
We cannot be doing the people of the Western Cape justice, and we cannot be exhausting our constitutional mandate as this provincial legislature by budgeting comprehensively if this budget process is as rushed as it is. Secondly, the ANC cannot support this appropriation bill because budgets are about choices. The DA, through this provincial government, is making budget choices based on ideology. We have seen consistently over the last few days that no targeted provisions or interventions as a direct response to inequality and poverty, never mind selective mapping. Once again, as we're told, we received this selective morality that was preached by Honorable Mayor here, Deputy Speaker. Constantly, we saw throughout each budget vote a reinforcement of the old and the maintenance of the status quo. Fighting the second pandemic for this provincial government is about ensuring those who had access to past privilege and resources are re-established themselves as they were before COVID-19. That once again demonstrates selective morality.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member.
As the ANC, we do not, once again, cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Now I recognise the EFF. Anybody here for the EFF? No. Good. No. Do I have Honourable August on here to make a declaration? No. I know the ACDP is not on here.
ACDP is on, Deputy Speaker.
There we go, Honourable Christians. My apologies, Honourable Christians. You may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the ACDP supports the budget. Although there's a lot of room for improvement, we at least must agree that the Western Cape is doing a better job than the ANC national government, and that's why we support the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I recognise the Freedom Front Plus.
Deputy Speaker, you don't reject the building. Excellent positioning. Lovely building, but there's a block drain and there's a few broken windows here and there, and now you say, I reject the building. That's the Western Cape. If there's a few broken windows, it's still the best investment in this country. And I support it from the Freedom Front side of position wholeheartedly, because it's still the best property in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognise Al-Jamaa.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Al-Jamaa does not support this budget, and the DA can learn a lot from the ANC. The DA can learn a lot from the ANC. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Al-Jamaa. I now recognise the DA, the Democratic Alliance.
Deputy Speaker, okay. Deputy Speaker, on a procedural note, I just want to make a few procedural things, but it can come into my 3 minutes, as I believe. Firstly, the National Treasury was delayed in sending the Western Cape allocation letters. You cannot consider your provincial budget if you have not received your allocation letters. So the provincial budget was delayed and the letters and the information was sent to members to say the allocation letters were not received and this is why the budget's delayed. So I don't know where those members were. In fact, I don't know where member Mvimbi is today because someone else is speaking on budget because he's actually the member on budget committee because these days opposition members want to know where everyone is. And quite frankly, Deputy Speaker, Member Mvimbi wasn't actually also in the budget committee. So the ANC actually didn't indicate on this bill what his position was and no alternate was sent. And I'm very surprised at what Al Jamaah is saying because he was in the committee and when I was waiting for his objection, he didn't register that he's objecting to the bill. So in terms of procedure of the budget committee on this bill, Al Jamaah in committee supported this particular bill. But anyway, Deputy Speaker, this budget will capacitate the provincial government in pushing forward to see true recovery and growth for residents. 19.6 billion rand will be allocated over the next 3 years on various programs and initiatives aimed at creating an economic ecosystem which will see support to all sectors. More than this, the 30.3 billion rand set aside for infrastructure development is an investment in the economic and social well-being of all residents in the Western Cape. So, Deputy Speaker, while members Dagmo and Syed is busy lobbying against each other for the votes of those 3 ANC branches, and I hear Member Nkondlo is also apparently running for secretary or something. The Western Cape will perform robotic surgeries in our hospitals. We had the first robotics in a public hospital in Africa. The Western Cape will invest in broadband to address the digital gap. We will provide legal support, assistance and advice and forensics to municipalities without capacity. We will clear alien vegetation and train drone pilots for agriculture and environment. We will fund a digital library archive so that our heritage and culture can live forever. Continue to provide integrated human settlements, deliver first-class education for every child in every classroom, create an environment that creates jobs, and continue to support the well-being of our citizens and fight for their safety. 1.2 billion rand has been allocated over the medium term to upgrade even and build new healthcare facilities and schools in our province. So while we are seeing great innovation, responsible fiscal management by the provincial government, in real terms, provincial budgets will not be increasing in real terms, Deputy Speaker, and every cent will need to be stretched to continue to deliver the best possible services to residents. And despite corruption at a national level, as we have seen in the Zondo Commission reports, the Western Cape will be focused on jobs, safety, and well-being. Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports this budget.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. That concludes the declarations on the consideration of votes and the schedule of the bill. If the table staff could just confirm how many members are present. 33. Thank you very much. I have to announce that there are currently 33 honourable members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. Are there any objections to votes 1 to 14 and the scheduling of the Western Cape Appropriation Bill?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, no.
Yes.
No. All right. No, that's fine. Thank you. I recognize those that are saying there are objections. Votes in the schedule of the appropriation bill, the objections will be noted, and the votes in the schedule of the Western Cape Appropriation Bill have therefore been approved. The Secretary will then read the 7th order of the day.
Finalization of the Western Cape Appropriation Bill, including the clauses and short title.
I recognize, thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the Western Cape Appropriation Bill, Bill 2 of 2022, including the clauses and the short title, be finalised.
Thank you very much, the Honourable Minister. There being no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill, the clauses and the short title being finalised? No objections?
No.
No objection.
There are objections and they will be noted. I have to announce that there are currently 33 honourable members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. Those in favour of the bill, clauses and short titles, you've said yes. So can I just hear again for those that have said yes?
Yes.
Those not in favour of the bill,
Yes.
short titles, please say no.
No.
I believe that the ayes have it. The finalisation, including the clauses and short title of the Western Cape Appropriation Bill B2 2022 are therefore approved. Mrs. Ndunemi will please read the bill. My apologies, I do sometimes refer to you as the Secretary.
The Western Cape Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much. The bill will be sent to the Premier for assent. Honourable members, that concludes the business for the day. But before we log off, just a big thank you to everybody who participated, and we know this was a lot of work over the last 3 days. Thank you to everyone who put in a huge effort. Thank you for your collegiality. It was very important to pass these budgets, and we appreciate the support of all members and of the executive of this House. We will now read and now end the meeting, and all members will be exited from the sitting. The House is hereby adjourned.